The meeting is now called to order. Welcome to the City Council study session on resource capacity and the transportation impact analysis guidelines. First, I'd like to introduce our council. To my far left is Councilmember Kat Carlton. To my immediate left is Vice Mayor Drew Combs. To my far right is Councilmember Ray Mueller. And to my immediate right is Councilmember Betsy Nash. To my distant left is our city attorney, William McClure, and sitting next to him is our city manager, Starla Jerome Robinson. And to my far right is our deputy city clerk, Nitu Salwan. If you would like to speak on any agenda item this evening, please provide the deputy city clerk with a speaker card. Members of the public are encouraged to direct their questions and comments to the City Council. I will ask staff to respond to questions at the completion of the public comment period. And presenting for the city regarding staff capacity. Before I do that, we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Now we will begin with our study session. Presenting for the city is Nick Pigueros.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council, good evening. My name is Nick Pigueros. I am the Assistant City Manager, and I'm pleased this evening to kick off with with a study session, the City Council's 2020 goal setting process. The purpose of the presentation this evening is to provide the City Council with information that may be helpful as you approach your goal setting meeting here on January 30th. I'll walk through some quick slides, and then after public comment, happy to discuss any areas for additional information or analysis that the council may request. So each year as we look at goal setting, one of the primary questions and concerns that's raised is our capacity and our ability to approach the ambitious work plan that we invariably have raised through staff as well as through members of the community and council. To help get our arms around that, I'd just like to walk through quickly what the resources are that we're talking about. So in the 2019-20 adopted budget, we have staffing of 286.75 full-time equivalent employees. A full-time equivalent employee is defined as anyone who works 2,080 hours a year. So for a part-time person who works 50% time, they're considered half FTE, so 1,040 hours. As of January 7th, the point in time, because vacancies change almost daily, our vacancy rate was about 9.9% or 28.5 full-time equivalent employees. Unfortunately, I do have to say that number is increasing. After the release of this report, we were advised that another staff member is leaving to take a role in the private sector. We're very happy for him. Of course, that introduces capacity constraints for us. In total, we have a salary and wage and benefit budget of $52.33 million. Approximately 63% of that is paid for by the general fund, and that equals approximately 63% of general fund revenue. Each year we budget for temporary staff. These are staff members who will provide services like rec leader, page at the library, extra help with the maintenance team during peak workload periods, and those employees are unbenefited, so we do not count them in our FTE count. But however, if we were to do a rough approximation of converting the dollars that we have budgeted to an FTE, that would add an additional 55 to 65 personnel on top of the 286.75. I'd also like to point out that we do take advantage of retired annuitants. These are public sector employees who have retired from public service and are allowed under certain conditions to render their services to public agencies. It's largely viewed in many circles as being a very efficient use of resources. They do not incur pension liability to the agency that they're working in, assuming that they comply with the regulations related to retired annuitants. And more directly, the agency gets to benefit from their years of experience. So these are some of your most seasoned individuals who are at retirement age and capable and interested in working on city projects. In addition to our in-house staff, we have contract services budget for a variety of functions, street sweeping. There are contract services in almost every department to provide services both to the community and internally. In 2019-20, the adopted budget for contract services across the city was approximately $14 million, which if we sort of convert that to an FTE count, we're looking at approximately another 20 to 30 full-time equivalent employees. The chart to the right, the pie chart to the right, shows the distribution of our personnel costs across all funds. Salaries are about 60%. Pension is about 15%. You'll see there are a small sliver for overtime. Overtime is part of our capacity formula. It is critical to fulfilling positions that may not necessarily have an easily identifiable or available temporary staffing solution. In other words, that means most of our overtime is in our police department. We can't call up an agency and have a police officer backfill if we have a vacancy. So just to provide some context of how our staffing has changed over the years, in 2017-18 fiscal year, we had 278 employees. For that budget, we added 8 positions. There were 6 police personnel. This was the community resource team funded by the development agreement with Facebook. We added a management analyst in the housing function, and we added the assistant to the city, an additional assistant to the city manager to assist with special projects. Council may recall that in this past summer, we requested permission to repurpose that vacancy because it was originally dedicated to the main library construction, and we requested authorization to repurpose that to the public engagement manager. In 2018-19, we added 9.25 full-time equivalent personnel. We have 3 positions in the library and water services. The library personnel was a recommendation from an organizational review in order to improve services to the community through less reliance on temporary staff. There was a corresponding decrease to the extent, while they're not equal, there was a decrease in temporary staff budget for the library. Additionally, a review of the water division identified the need for additional personnel to ensure the delivery of a safe water source. Several other additions there. I won't walk through all of them, but that brought us up to 287.25 full-time equivalents. And then this council approved a budget on June 18th of 2019 that had a net reduction in full-time employees or full-time equivalent personnel through the elimination of the red light enforcement program. We reduced 1 FTE, and then the council did approve a provisional CIP engineer, capital improvement plan engineer. So the net change was a decrease of 0.5. As we look at how our staff is allocated across the organization by department, you'll see here the head count. The only point I wanted to make with this particular slide is that we do have something called provisional FTEs, provisional full-time equivalent full-time equivalent personnel are individuals authorized, or positions authorized by the City Council for a limited term. And so the two positions that you see in administrative services, one position expires this June 30, the other position expires in 2 years. They were increased in capacity to perform special projects, and then the 0.5 in Public Works was the one that we just reviewed. Provisional employees are historically have been a difficult type of employment to recruit in public sector. Provisional employee effectively means that you have a job through a certain date or through a condition of grant funding or whatnot. So you may not necessarily get someone who is well seasoned in the role that they're in. You may get someone who might be on the less experienced side. However, more recently, as you may imagine or may be experiencing in your own organizations, the workforce has changed dramatically. Unemployment is at historic lows, and competition is very high. And so what we're seeing is that employees are approaching public service employment with a time frame of 2 to 3 years, as opposed to what may have been in the past more of a lifetime career in one organization. And so provisional employment is something that we haven't made great use of in the past. However, it is definitely an option as we look to add capacity and have a finite term for that capacity. I just wanted to provide the general fund 10-year forecast to provide some context for how all of the staffing our staffing relates to our ability to pay our bills. Each year we update the 10-year forecast to reflect the best information we have available, which is in the near term. You'll note that in our 10-year forecast, most likely forecasts anticipate that the city will have a surplus each year of the next 10 years. You'll also note that there's a small decrease in the net surplus over those years, and that's taking into consideration impact of potential economic downturn. What's not so easy to see in this particular presentation is the effect of the provisional employees expiring. So in 2019-20 is the last year for one of the provisional employees in administrative services. And then in 2021-22 is the final year for a provisional employee for the additional provisional employee in the administrative services department. The other piece that's not quite evident, just looking at this high-level view, is that as demand for services decrease, there is an assumption built into the model that the requirement for staff will also decrease. And so there is a reduction in staff over the 10-year time frame achieved through attrition as a result of an economic downturn. So how is the city, how do we use our resources? How are they allocated? This year we went through an exercise, an executive team. The goal really is to help visualize some of the challenges that may be before us in 2020. And so instruction was given to the department heads to break their departments into functional areas, and I'll show an example of that in a second. The idea is that not all public works departments are the same. Some public works departments may provide transportation services, but others may not, whereas others may not. And some public works departments may provide water or wastewater service to the community, whereas ours does not. And so we really tried to look to stay away from the general bucket of public works and really try to identify the definition of those various functional areas, and we have 45 of them. The second step was we asked staff to identify the percentage of their personnel that are dedicated to 3 basic buckets. First is mandated, and these are, this is staff capacity that's devoted to compliance with state and federal laws. An example of this in the personnel side and our human resources side would be compliance with federal labor law and state labor law. In public works, an example is provided in the staff report is the National Pollution Elimination Discharge Elimination System, MPDES, which is an attempt to minimize the flow of contaminants into the waterways. Now, while those are mandates by the federal and state government, there is the possibility that the agency doesn't comply with those mandates, and that would be a risk for, there's a potential risk for violation, whether they be fines or legal action. Additionally, on the mandated bucket, we asked staff to identify areas that are mandated by the City Council through the municipal code. Not necessarily this City Council, but the culmination of all City Council actions as they reside or as they present themselves in our municipal code. With the exception of the general laws of the state of California that may that require us to comply, that we're required to comply with, much of the municipal code, or at least a good portion of the municipal code, is determined by the City Council. So there's discretion here if there's a mandate that's consuming a tremendous amount of capacity. Let's just say, for example, just because I overheard several conversations today, business license renewals, that if the council opts not to pursue the collection of that revenue, then there may be some capacity that could be freed up there. And that's solely within your discretion. The next layer is, are the baseline capacity demands. These are really mission critical. You'll see most of our departments are in this particular area. Some more than others, and these are really public-facing services. So if there is an adjustment to capacity, there may be a need to look at baseline services and delivery of service to the public. And then finally is the top of the pyramid there, our flexible capacity. This is primarily special project oriented, things that we have full control over, that we may decide instead of focusing on A, we want to focus on B, and we're fine with dropping A where it is. There is, I don't think it comes as too much of a surprise, but the flexibility capacity tends to be in the city manager's office, where we really do work to provide the city council, help fulfill the city council's mission. Just to provide an example of this, and in the staff report, you have an attachment that has one of these charts for each department. This is the community development functional areas. They identified 6 different areas, one being planning, and as you'll see in this graphic, and I'll go to another graphic that is a little easier for the audience to read. But you'll see here that planning is reference number 10, and about 75% of their available hours are dedicated to mandated services, and they have about 13.9 full-time equivalent employees devoted to that particular function. As a point of disclosure, the reason that we have some of these odd numbers as opposed to full-time, as opposed to whole numbers, is that, or fractional numbers, is that we've allocated some of the general administration of that specific department. So this department has a department-wide administrative individual, and that person has been allocated out to the functions. This does not include any allocation of personnel outside of the community development budget. And you'll see there the 31.0 FTEs is the total count that you'll see in our budget document. Just for, again, for the public viewing this evening, this is effectively the same information, just with percentages and slightly larger print. One of the reasons that this analysis is particularly important is as we look at the vacancy rate. So January 7th vacancy rate for the Community Development Department was 17.7%. It just turns out that while housing and economic development, those two services are fully staffed. Our plan check, our building plan check service line, 1 FTE is vacant. So when we look at 75% of the 1.3 FTEs being devoted to mandated services, when that position is vacant, we need to find a different way of providing that service, and we are working with contractors to do that. Additionally, in the planning function, if 75% of the planning FTEs or capacity is devoted to mandated services, and there's a vacancy rate of 17.7%, or specifically in the planning department, they have a 20% vacancy rate. That means that tough decisions are being made every day with regard to what flexible projects move forward, what baseline projects are provided, and how to manage the mandated services. Are there any questions? Okay. So to dive just a little deeper, and this is what we will provide to the council for goal setting in the memo that I'll mention a little later. Here we have examples of what the mandated activities, baseline activities, and flexible activities are for the planning division. So when we want to ask the question, why is so much of planning mandated, this provides at least an initial answer to that question. One of the points that this slide also identifies is what's inflexible. And I think the first item there, GIS, Geographical Information Systems, is a growing tool that can help folks understand different things that we do. Analytics can be facilitated through that. Right now, GIS is considered a flexible service, which means when resources are tight, this is one of the areas that might get starved. But GIS is incredibly important to our operations, and at some point it will become a baseline service. And with that requires some management to really look through how we can make that accommodation. It's absolutely critical that we use technology to the greatest extent possible and to provide data and information to the public that's usable and accessible. And GIS is one of those tools, and we need to prioritize, or the recommendation would be that we prioritize the development of that, and it move out of flexible into baseline. The other area that you have there is our specific plan revisions and general plan revisions. Those are on the flexible side. So having reviewed the capacity for the Community Development Department, just wanted to identify what we're going into on January 30th, goal setting of what we know today as demands on that flexible and baseline and mandated capacity. We have several carryover projects. I won't read through all of them. They're in varying states of completion. I would add here, however, that the bottom 3 ordinance implementations from the City Council's role, these ordinances are adopted. There's nothing more that needs to be done. However, there are impacts on developing the various services to deliver on those ordinances. I'd also like to commend our Community Development Department for their excellent work on the new land management system. We've been talking about it for a long time, and they finally, over the Thanksgiving holiday week, were able to migrate over to the new system. Awesome news, great news. However, folks on the frontline staff are burdened by the impact of learning how to do what they formerly knew how to do almost by, blind now, or without necessarily sort of the automatic processing now they're needing to learn the new system, and that's not necessarily, we're not asking necessarily, I don't raise that point to solicit sympathy. I just would like to point out that that is, while new technology is good, there's also the conversion and the adoption of the new technology and the impact that that has on capacity. Down below, we have several new projects. The first one, the Belhaven Community Center and Library project, is a project that will require resources and demand priorities across a number of departments, including community development. Even though the project team for this specific project is not from the community development department, it will draw resources from a number of departments. And then there are a couple of other items that have been discussed by the City Council towards the end of last calendar year that would require prioritization. And I'm sure that there are more projects that may arise for the January 30th meeting. So one of the components of the staff report that we wanted to get before the council so that we could work together towards solutions to address these challenges. I put on the screen 4 challenges that management anticipates will have an impact on our ability to deliver projects in 2020. I want to first start by commending the council for I think when I arrived, our priority list was 62, 70, 80, something along those lines. And over the past several years, the council has has taken measures to narrow that list and to identify top priorities where in this most recent year, we had 5 top priorities, and sort of our agreement with the council is that we will do whatever it takes to deliver those top 5 priorities and the milestones set for each of those priorities, even at the expense of other work plan items. Now, that isn't necessarily the easiest thing to do, but I think it's a prudent measure to manage such a large demand on resources. So this year, the memo recommends a couple of ideas or possibilities the council might consider as part of goal setting to address the challenge of too many or unclear city council priorities. We can go through those in discussion after the presentation, but fundamentally the goal here is that if we're going to deliver and meet the ambitious timeline that we're all excited to work on for the Belhaven Community Center and Library, we have a lot of work ahead of us as an organization. That includes both staff, council, and the community to really pull together and make some things happen that to condense a 7-year project into 2.5 or 3 years. I mean, that takes true commitment, and so that's one of the challenges that we're facing. Additionally, I think that there is a request to reboot the capital improvement plan. The capital improvement plan is sort of a document that gets layered on every year with different priorities, and there may be some benefit from sort of taking a pause, asking this council, the projects that you would like to see move forward as priorities, and then focus our attention on what Menlo Park and what Menlo Park looks like in 3-5 years, and the challenges that we will face with all of the activity that we anticipate. Electrification of the Caltrain, how will that affect the connectivity between the different sides, between the city. So I think that we need to spend some time long-range planning for those types of projects. The other area that's a challenge, and this is difficult to quantify because we do not monitor it, is we receive a number of ad hoc requests and this is a challenge for all cities. This is not unique to Menlo Park. But we receive requests from members of the community. We receive internal requests for information, Public Records Act requests, city council members, commission members, and we want to make everybody happy. Nobody wants to disappoint. The challenge with that is that sometimes folks are making decisions on which projects get done first. And if you were to ask me, my priority is whatever comes in from the city council. If you were to, and I think that that's fairly consistent for staff, but is that what the council wants us to do? So I think we need to have that conversation. But more importantly, I think we need to be able to see all of the requests so we understand what information is coming out. It may be that if we invested in geographic information systems that we're able to knock out 25% of the requests right off the bat just through new technology. So the goal would be to potentially look at some tools that we could use to provide some context and begin to collect data so that we can more efficiently manage our resources. An area that we have, again, that challenge that can face public agencies is the role of advisory bodies. I was asked a question, what would be a recommendation that I would make in this particular area? And I think primarily if we could focus on the next 6 to 9 months, the next year, let's focus, if the council is willing to make the statement that the Belhaven Community Center and Library is the highest priority, and we mobilize all our resources, including the experts on our advisory bodies, to making that happen, we'll be successful. The challenge with that is clearly identifying deadlines, roles, and expectations. And then finally, employee retention. Employee retention, our vacancy rate's at 9.9%, which is one of the lowest it's been in quite some time. That's a great thing. It speaks to the commitment the council has to creating a positive working environment. But employee retention is a delicate thing. As I mentioned, our finance team, well, I didn't mention the finance team, but our finance team recently is losing one of a very, very important high contributing employee, and he's moving over to the private sector. That's new information. That's going to change how our finance folks prioritize projects and how they're going to attack or approach the budget for the current year. There's a tremendous amount of institutional knowledge and the ability and understanding that gets lost every time we lose an employee. And so I do not think that there's a silver bullet for this particular matter, but I'm hopeful that if we're able to sort of identify a solid plan to address the top 3 challenges, that will have a ripple effect on employee retention. So with that, next steps. On January 28th, we will be presenting a staff report to the council, to the City Council, for acceptance of the Belhaven Community Center and Library. That report will be published on the 23rd. On January 30, we have the goal-setting session here in the council chambers from 1 to 5, and that report will also be published on the 23rd. On the 25th, we hope to bring the City Council's 2020 Priorities and Work Plan up for adoption, as well as adoption of the budget principles, which is a standard practice that the Council has taken over the last several years to help inform the development of the 2020-21 budget. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Peguero. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, Mayor, we have 3 speaker cards.
So do any of our council members have any clarifying questions for Mr. Peguero? So we'll take the public comment first. The first public speaker is Pam Jones.
New Year's and New Decade greeting. Good evening, Mayor Taylor, Vice Mayor Combs, council members Carlton, Nash, and Mueller, and staff. Pam Jones, resident of Menlo Park. Thank you for the report on staff capacity. It was really helpful, and also their concerns. I think it's the council's done an amazing job for the staff to feel comfortable enough to share honestly where their challenges are, other than just on the work capacity. The rebuild of the Belhaven Community Center, Youth Center, Senior Center, Library Campus addresses 7 of the 9 guiding principles embedded in the general plan. Citywide equity, healthy community, corporate contribution, youth support and education and excellence, great transportation options, meaning you won't need any if you live over there, complete neighborhoods and commercial corridors, accessible open space and recreation, sustainable environment, because it'll be at a green building. And over the last 4 years, the FTE for community services, community development, and the library has increased from 82.5 to the current filled positions of 93.5. So we have staff capacity. Given the experience of the 3 major and multiple minor Facebook projects, our staff has a deep working relationship with Facebook. During the initial 6-month period of Connect Menlo and Facebook expansion, our staff was able to facilitate 10 GPAC, Planning Commission, and council meetings, and over 12 workshops, symposiums, focus groups, and surveys. Our library staff was able to manage outreach to address an unexpected gift for the main library. And although the project didn't move forward, the staff resources moved quickly to provide the information to the community and the staff and the council. We have experienced staff. There's every indication that within our staff, commission, committee expertise there, we have the capability of moving the community center library forward efficiently as outlined in the Facebook letter of December 16th, 2019, with substantial input from the community and without a noticeable impact on the city as a whole. Working as one city, this is our opportunity to demonstrate the high level of enthusiasm for the successful completion of a new state-of-the-art community center, senior center, youth center, and library at the current Terminal Avenue site, and without significant impact on our current and new projects. I have really high hopes and expectations because of how the staff has delivered in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Karen Grove.
Hello, I'm Karen Grove, and I'm a resident. I'm on the Housing Commission, but I'm speaking as an individual. And I want to say I'm super excited about the new community center and library, and I'm really glad that the city's focusing on aligning resources to make sure it's going to be implemented quickly and successfully. But at the same time, I also believe we have to increase resources that are dedicated to increasing our housing supply and affordability, and to step up the support that we offer to our unhoused residents. What I observe, and I'm not the manager of any department, but what I observe is that we're still playing catch up from a period of sort of neglect of our housing issues after redevelopment went away. And that's a problem, but it can also be viewed as an opportunity, because once we do catch up with the housekeeping, we're going to be much more efficient. The second thing I've observed is that every year the state is passing new laws related to housing, and then we have to reorganize ourselves around the state laws, and the pace on that is increasing, and so that is not going to subside as a dynamic. So I think we need more resources in order to be able to keep up, and definitely in order to be able to find and capitalize on the opportunities that these changes are providing. Some of the opportunities that I hope that we are staffed up enough to take advantage of include significantly increasing our housing stock through incentives and streamlining of ADU development, and the state has passed, I think, 6 laws regarding that this year. Applying for funding and new grant opportunities that are out there. Implementing short-term rental policies that we've, halfway done recommending, which will increase revenue, which will help pay for the increased staff. and just strengthening partnerships so that we can work together more efficiently. I realize that there are no extra resources, but what I propose for consideration is that the city has been extremely good about ensuring community safety, and that in order to continue doing so, we should increase our support to the community development program, our support for unhoused residents, so that the police doesn't have to take on that responsibility. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to shift resources from law enforcement supporting our unhoused residents to housing community services supporting our unhoused residents with the expertise that they have to do so. And then just sort of laying the groundwork for us to seize the opportunities to tackle the housing challenge that is not going away. And then I submitted to your emails pretty much what I just said, plus some links to numerous studies that have showed that housing stability contributes to better mental health outcomes and increased public safety. So the link can be drawn. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Karen Camacho.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor and City Council members. My name is Karen Camacho, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We're a nonprofit that works with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. As you start thinking about your staff resources, I'd like to direct your attention to the need for more community development staff. Currently, Menlo Park spends 12% of its general fund revenue on community development, yet starting this year, staff will be tasked with implementing new housing state laws, such as SB 25, SB 330, SB 828, AB 686, AB 1482, and AB 1486, just to name a few. And these new laws will involve fair housing, will involve streamlining, and the housing element. So this, in addition to an expected high RENA numbers, means that your housing staff will be stretched too thin if new staff are not hired this year. I hope you consider increasing your funding in the Community Development Department in order to ensure compliance with new state legislation and to achieve your goal in your local housing goals this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was our last public speaker. So we'll close the study session and bring it back to the dais. So do we have any questions from council?
I do. So first off, this is an excellent report. I appreciate it. So it was candid both ways, which I appreciate. I'm looking at it though, and so my thoughts, this is a study session, so obviously there's no action tonight. But for me personally, it does make me think. I want to dive a little bit further into it. And what I keep coming back to is we've had this vacancy rate for some time period, and the city's operated pretty well. And so the question that I have is, I don't want to get rid of jobs, people who are already employed, but I'm looking at, and what's sort of driving this, and we can talk about this more. I don't know, we'll get into all of it tonight, but the table 1 of an attachment C, looking at that 531 number of employees paid compared to the other cities in the Bay Area counties, really jumps out at you, especially because it's the highest number, and also because we're the highest across the board there. And that's with like cities. Some of those are like cities. And so understanding that, and then looking at and saying, okay, if we have 200, so right now we have 28.5 vacancies. If we were just to bring staffing down back to levels that were at 2017-18, that would bring us down to, that would basically cut 17 of those 28 vacancies. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, is there a way that we can say, okay, for some of these unfilled positions with efficiencies that have already taken place, that we don't need them, part of that is a discussion on us, because I sort of it's kind of obvious when you look at the number and you see that there's 67 residents per employee, and staff is saying that, well, we have a sort of an ad hoc process that's taking place. We're really providing Cadillac services compared to other cities. I mean, that's basically what's ended up happening, is those who are at City Hall and taking advantage of the services of City Hall are getting more services than in other cities, is what I take away from looking at this report. That's wonderful that staff has been committed to that. It's wonderful that we tried to resource to that, but the question is, should we get a little bit more disciplined around that? And that's not a question, I'm not saying staff needs to be more disciplined, I'm saying is, as a council, should we be trying to look at getting a little more disciplined around that issue? And so that's, so when I'm looking at this high of a vacancy rate, can you take some of those vacancies, cut them away, at least to get back to where we were a few years ago? And how would we prioritize that? Are there recommendations around that? And if we did that, what would we be looking at cutting potentially? And is that primarily sort of this ad hoc process that has started to really take place? And I can think of in the last 5 years a bunch of ad hoc processes taking place, both at the city council level, at the commission level, at, you know, something comes in from CSIN, like I look across at you guys, and you guys have been always wonderful to respond to that, but is it time to say, maybe this has gotten out of control a bit, and we need to go ahead and pull it back in? So,
So I agree. I think we'd need to sit down and have a fuller discussion of that. I think the first thing we'd want to look at is the council's policy on cost recovery. So if we are eliminating positions that pay largely, that the revenues from the fees largely pay for the costs to provide that services, and that is our goal with community development as an example, then we can cut those positions, but it's kind of a cost neutral cut. You're just reducing the ability to provide those services.
Not entirely cost neutral though, right?
It depends on the group, but there are some, but yes, probably not entirely, but that's why I'm saying we should look at the policy. I mean, the council recently opted to not charge the tip fee for affordable housing, right? That's a financial policy. So I think that the vacancy rate it was 17% about a year ago, and now we're down to 8 or 9%, and that changes every day. But I don't think it would be reasonable to expect that we can eliminate positions and not impact services. But we could talk about which services the council would like to reduce.
Right. I mean, basically, I'm acknowledging that. The question is, can you impact services that are the flexible services as described by the report, and then supplement if council wants to? Because what the issue is, the offset that you're talking about on even with fees is offset on current obligations, but not long-term pension obligations for those employees. So the question is, if there is a flexible work. So number one, when you cut those positions, if it's flexible work and characterize that, it would no longer be the position that we're putting staff in now, as the report describes it, as being non-transparent. If that work needed to be done, it would need to come to council with an allocation for a contractor. So in essence, you're creating a position, I mean, it's going to require much more discipline at the council level and rigidity. But if you're looking at the number of, if you're looking at this table of what the employee is to per resident, that's what I'm calling into question, is maybe we need to do that. Does that make sense to my colleagues?
Excuse me for a second. Mr. Peguero, can you put the slide up that shows the planning division with mandated activities, baseline activities, and flexible? Thank you. What was your question, Councilmember Mueller?
Well, so you're suggesting we could look at the flexible services and come back to the council with recommendations on eliminating work on the specific plan, whether we would recommend eliminating work on the specific plan, the general plan, or communications? Just to
No, what
name
I just
three.
said was that we would be able to do an analysis of whether or not we should use contractors for that work.
And by
With
contractors,
an allocation from the, with an allocation done at the city council level.
Contractors, not consultants? You mean employees working through a third-party agency? I'm just trying to understand what contractor means to you.
I would want staff's recommendation on the best way to do that without
Okay.
taking on a pension obligation for it.
Okay.
So all that work could still continue, but then, but like Menlo Perk initiative, I mean, some of these things we would look at and say, okay, and in addition to all of the ad hoc activities that were described, and say, okay, when those things come to council, let's go ahead and look at if it's truly outside of what the capacity is, should we go ahead and look at a way of providing that in a way that doesn't provide the ongoing obligation, or should we go ahead and look at some of the other activities and move them further down in the strategic plan? But either way, when we look at it, and I'm not talking about the flexible, I'm saying there are times that a flexible project might necessitate that you look at a baseline activity and say, we're going to extend out the timeline for that project.
Right, that's
Right?
right. So our parks are in pristine condition. We could certainly switch over to a once-a-quarter maintenance routine and not have as many maintenance workers.
Right? And our downtown is not in pristine condition, and we
No,
could increase the maintenance routine for that.
Right,
Right? Those are the
Right.
trade-offs. And then
Right.
if the work is such that our staff is at full capacity and can't, then we can look at whether or not we bring in contract or whatever service would be recommended. So, but at the end of the day, what I'm just trying to get my arms around is when you look at table one, we definitely, it stands out. And so the question, so it requires, I think, it requires, and maybe we get at the end of this discussion, because no action's taken tonight, and maybe we get at the end of this discussion and realize, no, it's not required, but it certainly looks to me like cause for a deeper discussion. Thank you.
Councilmember Nash?
So when I look at something like Table 1, I start thinking about all of the services that we have in the city. For example, we have 3 childcare facilities, and just looking at 2 of them on the list, that's 28 people. We have 2 pool facilities. We have our own police force, which many people don't. We have our own water service, which many other cities don't. We have the library, which many cities don't. So I actually look at the number very differently and do not, I am not in favor of reducing staff at this time, especially given everything we have in front of us. I do think we need to look carefully at the staff that where it is allocated. I agree with the concern about whether we have enough housing, folks in housing and community development to be able to adequately do what we need to do for the housing element. And I personally think that the specific plan revisions and general plan revisions are very, very important, as is, I think, GIS. While it'll be a short-term hit, it's going to be a long-term gain for the future, both as far as transparency and just information available to the city. I think that we need to look at our services and also the cost recovery and make decisions where we have our staff and really focus on the quality of life for residents. But I am not in favor of reducing staff at this point. Although, obviously, as we're doing this, if there's ways to reduce, that's great, but I don't want to come out of the gate with that goal in mind. Thank you.
Well, and to be fair, I haven't said that's the goal. Like, I haven't said that's the goal. What I'm saying, though, is I think it requires a deeper dive to look what could be accomplished. So I want to do all of those things as well. I think we need to do specific plan revisions. We need to do the general plan revisions. We need to do all of these things. The question is, can we, and, you know, the idea that we have all those different departments, those are all true, but the employee to per resident ratio on some of these is double to 1. we have 67 resident per employee, and then I'm looking at Los Altos and it's 134, or I'm looking at another. And I realize
I'm very familiar.
I know, and I know you are, but what's not included in the report, and it says, and the report tumbles to it, that it hasn't done the analysis that you're talking about. And to be fair, if that analysis is done, it may show perfectly acceptable that that bears out. But as a member of this council, I just don't see that yet. But I do see a number that I want to dive in deeper to. So I want to make that clear. I'm not coming out of the gate saying I want to cut them. What I'm saying is I'm seeing enough here that I want to go ahead and dive in deeper and understand it a little bit more to make the decision.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, I mean, I would just add, and obviously this is something that came up during the last budget discussion process, is that there is lots of sensitivity to the staff count and a desire that not grow. And so I would like to see, again, to Councilmember Mueller's and also to Councilmember Nash's point, it's not always an apples-to-apples comparison, even because, again, cities provide different services, and if we live in a city where the residents expect and want Cadillac services, then then it's okay. They're the taxpayers, and I think that we have an obligation to deliver that to them. And even sometimes we can't even do an apples-to-apples comparisons with ourselves at a different point in time. But given the sensitivity, I would like to see a greater transparency. So when it comes to these vacancies, what are these vacancies? Is this something that is clearly and regularly communicated out to council? When it comes to hiring, even at the lowest level, like if it is an FTE pensionable position, is that something that should be communicated to council, that this person was hired to provide the services? It is an FTE pensionable position, and are we plan to extend an offer? And not to, again, overstep and get the council into the details, but certainly to give that transparency that when we do see that, like, again, we have a resident to employee ratio that's lower, we understand it, and we understand when, very specifically, the vacancies are not just a percentage or not just a number, but these are critical positions that are open, and we need to fill them as soon as possible for the projects that we have prioritized.
Thank you. Are there any other clarifying questions? Councilmember Mueller.
Well, just through the mayor, and I'm pretty sure staff's going to want to make sure that we have 3 people who want to do a deeper dive coming out of the study session. I'm happy to do it ad hoc with you if we don't have 3 people who want to commit to it tonight, and I'll just follow up with you on that. But I think before staff's going to spend time on that, going into the goal setting, they're going to be looking for council direction on that coming out of the study session, would be my guess.
So if I could make a proposal that former Mayor Mueller and I meet and sort of digest what deeper dive would look like and how much work that would encompass, and then we can report back to the council, and they can, depending on the outcome of that, and you can give us general direction at that point. Does that make sense?
If that's what my colleagues prefer, I'm fine with it. I'm happy to do it any way you guys want to approach it.
Vice Mayor Combs, would you like to participate?
I'm actually fine with just Councilmember Mueller and the city manager participating. I think if anyone were to be added, then maybe it'd be Councilmember Nash, because she seemed to have a counterpoint. I think my thoughts might be more aligned with Councilmember Mueller's, and so it's no need having, even though I'm not fully committing to his reasoning, but it seems as though it might be better to have 2 people who have clearly different positions.
Before you respond, Councilmember Nash, Mr. Peguero, you put your light on.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a point of clarification, we will not be able to receive city council feedback on the whatever Councilmember Mueller and the city manager or Councilmember Nash directs in time for the goal setting session. Because the report for the goal setting is being released on the 23rd, the council next meets on the 28th.
So What I'd say on that in response is what I really am trying to focus in on right now is the vacant positions. So I don't know to what extent that will affect the report, but I do understand, I mean, obviously I do understand that we're really looking at what we're looking at. I mean, fortunately for this discussion, we have a number of vacant positions to play with in the discussion, discuss, and still leave vacancies open. So I do want to have that, but whether or not that affects goal setting will play out.
I don't think it's possible to have it in time for goal setting.
No, I understand that,
Okay.
but I'm saying because we're talking about vacant positions, I'm not sure it's going to be that big of an impact. So, but you guys can fill me in otherwise.
Councilmember Nash?
I would be happy to join.
Councilmember Carlton, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'd rather see this done right. And just focusing on who's not employed isn't really a strategic way of looking at this. It doesn't necessarily have to be done before goal setting. If it's something that needs to be looked into, it's something that needs to be looked into.
The staff capacity will determine what we do for goal setting, is what my understanding is. Mr. Piguero?
Staff capacity always.
Yeah, as I hope the staff report conveyed, there really is no right number to look at. 551 represents the number of W-2s that we issued in 2018. It doesn't have that's not necessarily a reflection of a pensionable employee. Focusing on the vacancies will effectively tell you what we reasonably can accomplish in probably the first 6 to 9 months, because in reality, by the time we hire somebody, they're fully productive, we're likely in that time frame anyway. And so what for goal setting, it may be helpful to focus on what are we going to do between now and June or July, let's say, and then to Councilmember Carlton's point, have perhaps additional analysis that helps inform the budget process.
Yeah, and that's exactly the logic that I was taking to. If you're looking at vacancy rates, it's not going to have a big effect. That is your capacity. I mean, when you're looking at how long it takes to fill those people and get them up to speed. Yeah, 9 months.
Thank you, Mr. Piguero, for the presentation and the information, because I know that there has been a lot of interest around staff capacity. My concern is that with the hiring, every time you hire somebody, you rely on that staff. And so as we grow in the projects that we're doing in the city of Menlo Park, the more staff is needed. And so what I would like to see is a greater reliance on technology. And so I know that we've invested in software that would help in the planning department to help expedite things, to streamline it. And I know that you won't be able to bring back a staff report in time for goal setting, but for me, it would help to know, because it would help shape how I present whatever I believe needs to be a part of our goals. I don't believe that we can leave anything out in order to do this huge project. And my concern is the way the staff report reads is that it's an either or. And I always look at there has to be 3 options available, not just 2. Either we do one or we do none. For me, it's what's the middle? Councilmember Nash?
Going back to the staff report, there is a statement here that the staff will identify a top priority for each department, division, functional area. One of the things that I'd like to see is more transparency on, which you may have been planning to provide anyway, but just transparency as to what staff felt the choices were, so that we actually can make a decision in case there's we're not quite anyway, to get completely aligned, so that we don't just see the top priority. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question. You mentioned earlier in the presentation that there are some positions that are funded by the DA and they expire. So the DA is, the funding from the DA, from the development agreement is indefinite, or is it temporary?
Yes. So the positions that are funded by the development agreement with Facebook to provide resources to the city to enhance public safety services, there is a term on that, and Facebook provides a annual sum that we draw down on an annual basis. It may be that that's longer than the initial than the number of payments that Facebook will make. Just for the council's benefit, the expectation was that at the end of the agreement, there will either be an effort to negotiate continued contribution to public safety services, or revenue growth in the area due to development will help to fund those positions, or the city council could decide at that time to eliminate the FTEs through attrition.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councilmember Nash?
Could you explain what you meant when you said reboot the CIP, please?
So in my very simple, I would probably defer to the capital improvement plan engineers, but if you look at our capital improvement program, we have 73 projects. We're not making progress on all of them, but we are making substantial progress on some. And one way to reboot the capital improvement program is to bring our current projects to a logical end, which may very well be completion. It may be, let's get the design, the construction documents ready so it's shovel ready whenever the opportunity presents to move the project forward. Bring those projects to a logical conclusion or logical stopping point, and then at that point, as those projects sort of fall off, capacity is created. We could then take that capacity to look more strategically at how resources might be identified. I'm not suggesting that we defund the CIP. The money would still be there, but the effort would be to do a more holistic review of the capital improvement budget.
So that was not that we restart everything. We actually, your suggestion is that we actually review the CIP projects and what's on the list. At least, let me say, I would like to have the opportunity to review CIP projects and what is on the list, given the priorities in front of us and our headcount levels, available staff.
Absolutely, and just one final point on that. I probably speaking in a little perhaps exaggeration here, but this time last year our vacancies were in our CIP group. This year our vacancies are in our community development group, and so capacity is a fluid asset, I'd say. And so this year, I think our team, our capital improvement plan team is working really hard to deliver a number of projects, and they're doing an awesome job.
And presumably what we will be doing is reviewing what the priorities are for the council, regardless of what the resources are, and then trying to match resources one way or another to the priorities.
Yes, but I do want to track back on something we talked about earlier, and that is we do have some active recruitments ongoing for some of the vacancies and in a number of areas. I just want to make sure that the council's aware that we'll continue that, because we don't want to suspend those recruitments at this point, but we won't start any more recruitments until I've had an opportunity to meet with Councilmember Mueller. Oh, and Nash, sorry.
And how many positions are those that you're recruiting for currently?
I would defer to Linka Diaz, our Administrative Services Manager. Probably 8, less than 10. Yeah, less than 10. But it changes every day. We do, there's movement in the labor market, so others will leave.
Thank you. Just revisiting the challenges in 2020, too many or unclear city council priorities. Is that something that we are going to deal with during goal setting, or is that something that you want us to discuss now for some clarity?
It's really a goal setting
Okay.
question.
Okay.
Sort of a quick question on that. When it comes to these sort of ad hoc council requests, does the staff have a process of sort of keeping track of them in one doc as like these are ad hoc council requests, and so then that could possibly be shared at the goal setting session?
We're capturing some of the information. I don't think it would be it's not fully representative of the demand that ad hoc requests are having. I mean, over the next couple of weeks, we can definitely attempt to collect all those. One of the challenges, of course, with everything is it takes capacity to make capacity. Sorry to put it that way, but you know, we have in the city manager's office, we have a 20% vacancy rate right now, and I have to say, I mean, thank you to Deputy Clerk Salwan for stepping up today. You know, this meeting was incredibly difficult to get prepared for because we are down to 2 FTEs. And we have an absence, and so capacity to create capacity, we need capacity, and we're going to do the best we can to get there.
Yeah, totally fair. And the last thing I want to do is create more work for the staff. But you know, if that's being highlighted as one of the sort of main concerns, it would be good to see exactly what that looks like, right? And I think for us also as a council to see those requests.
I just have one caveat to that, though, and I'd look at the city attorney. So oftentimes ad hoc requests, as staff alluded to, may come in as a constituent service request. When constituents reach out to council members, they are expecting a level of privacy in that. So to the extent that you are going to produce a list like that, to take care to make sure that you're not, that if there was some level of expectation of a private matter, that be handled as such, so we're not ruining that trust with the public.
I guess my only comment would be that if it's taking resources, it seems that somehow that information should be available to us when we are making a determination of what our resourcing is and our priorities going forward. So I think there does need to be some transparency with as much privacy as understanding there's privacy.
You still would have, yeah, you'd still have a report of this is the type of request. You just wouldn't identify all the identifying characteristics.
Can you give any, I'm just having trouble grasping what we're talking about, but I guess we will discuss that more in
I believe that what Mr. Piquero brought up, and also Vice Mayor Combs, is a running list of the council requests. It could be done anonymously. We don't need to know specifically who asked what if it's a private citizen with a concern that they didn't want to be public. I would also like to see, because there is a list, that there is one also with the with requests from the public as well. And we don't need to see their names or anything like that to get an idea of how much of staff time is going to fulfilling individual requests. At least that's the way I interpret lack of transparency with ad hoc requests.
Absolutely. This is not exclusively the City Council. CCIN, we get a number of requests, and so we'll do our best to, we have to do some filter, but we'll make sure to protect confidentiality. If someone put their name in CCIN, then we'll assume that they didn't request confidentiality.
Okay. Just going back to the list of the challenges, inconsistent expectation of advisory bodies. That's something that came up last year with I believe one of the commissions or committees, or is this something new?
I would answer that. So we're all motivated and organized to move towards a common goal, and staff takes that common goal from a majority of the City Council. There are instances where members of the public, or definitely members of the public, but members of advisory bodies may not necessarily support or want to advocate for something other than what staff understands the majority of the council has asked for. And that creates tension. That creates a whole lot of extra work, quite frankly. And so if we can work to identify, get everyone on the same page of what the expectations are, both staff and the commissions and committees, that would be very helpful.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any follow-up questions? Councilmember Nash or
I guess
Councilmember
just, there was, in the staff report, this was discussion about a pilot ad hoc request management system, which, depending how much resourcing that takes, sounds like it might be a very good idea. I would certainly support it.
So my only follow-up comment on the request on the public or also the commissions, I mean, basically the whole thing, if we're going to compile this list, I think we need to be very careful about the specter or the framing of that list. Tonight, we were a little more transparent in talking about potential tension, but I think it would be a misstep if that was presented during goal setting in a manner where a member of the public who did a FOIA request could somehow, or anybody who would be on that list could be somehow put in the position of a defensive position. So I think it's, when that list comes forward, it really needs to be a discussion about these are the types of things that are affecting capacity, but being very careful around the framing of that. Because as council members, we're a little used to being on the defensive, but I don't want to see that to anyone. Does that make sense?
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, I'm free to go with regarding the list, whatever seems to be the consensus. But initially, when I sort of proposed this idea, it was requests that come from council members. Because in my sense, the city staff, I'm assuming, respond differently. And requesting constituent services are just part of your job. But I can see how you might sort of prioritize, or it might consume a different degree of work if a request comes from council. And so that's why I was, if that is a small, and in my mind I was thinking that that is a large portion of what is happening here. If it is not, if it is a small portion and most of it is sort of commission request or just general sort of resident requests, then certainly sort of populate it in the way that you seem fit, you think makes sense. But for me, I was just thinking that like a council request is something that is probably gets a certain amount of scrutiny, more scrutiny than other requests might.
I just wanted to point out that I completely respect what you're saying, but to Ray's point, a lot of the things that we bring forward are because residents come to us. And if they have a point, quite often, the pressure is on us as their representative to bring it forward. And often our colleagues say, yeah, that's not something we want to look at. Sometimes they do. But it's incumbent upon us in many cases to bring it forward on their behalf for the very reason that you brought out. So I'm just saying the line between coming from city council initiated and coming from resident initiated is not that clear.
No, it's not that clear, but I assume that if I can chime in through the chair, I assume the response, from staff will be different. We're going to take up an ad hoc request from me later tonight, so I'm quite familiar with the process, and so that was mine. And this is not a list of things that are or pork or extraneous or that are not important. But I do think getting that list would, since it seems to operate outside of what are the council's clearly stated priorities, I want to get some sense of what that universe looks like. I have no doubt that my name is on that and that I populated. And again, I'm not saying that these are sort of nonsense requests, but I do think we need to get an understanding of the size of it, and maybe is it something that there needs to be sort of a clear process and that there needs to be greater transparency if it's going to be consuming a lot of staff time.
I was told that you brought the gun thing forward because some residents had come to you. So it wasn't necessary, that's what I'm saying, it's not a clear line. That was some residents that had an idea that they brought to you, the same as all of us have residents, and staff isn't aware most of the time, if it was generated by people who brought something to you or whether it was generated. Do you see what I'm saying? Staff often doesn't know, and it's just not that clear. I know it's not a heavy point, but I just wanted to make that really clear. I don't think staff knows. Sometimes they bring us an idea and it tweaks a different idea. Sometimes even across the board, it's not clear.
My issue or concern is not with the ideation. My issue is with the delivery, and I get a sense that staff probably responds differently than something that comes across CCIN than something that comes from an individual council member. I could be wrong, and so and so I want to see I wanted to see the council request, but. Again, I say, you are on the receiving end of these requests, so populate it in the way that you think you think best and gives the clearest picture of what's happening.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller.
Well, I just point out too, and Kat can attest to it, and you're going to learn it this year, and so I know my name's on that list because the year you're mayor, you get a lot of calls. So just point that out to you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I'm wondering if, a question about this, lack of transparency in ad hoc requests submitted to staff. Are you talking about requests that are submitted directly to staff as opposed to submitted through the city manager? Are you making a distinction between that?
Yeah, to an extent, yes. I think that the purpose of keeping the city manager in the loop is so that we can manage the resources and priority can be assigned from the very top to the organization to respond to the request. I mean, a lot of what we're talking about tonight is a lack of information. What I'd like to do in the origin of the recommendation or the possibility of launching sort of a pilot project is really to have something tangible that the council can see. Okay, we have, it doesn't matter who the request came from, but we have 79 requests. As a body, you could say, we want to take care of the top 3. Let's focus on those and then, work our way down. I mean, there are a variety of options here, but right now we don't have anything tangible to really share that captures everything that may be up for consideration.
I guess what I'm wondering is if we bring all our requests through the city manager, does that resolve the issue?
This isn't exclusively about council. There are a number of requests that we receive.
If generally staff does not accept requests except through the city manager, does that handle this issue?
I personally don't think I have enough hours in the week, if I slept not at all, to meet with everybody who would make that request to me directly. I mean, I think that we have a wonderful community and a great level of participation at the commission level and a lot of ideology about what should be done. And so I think the commissions are spending a lot of time with the staff on those issues, and it is quite time intensive. So I think I think some of it still needs to go through the commissions.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, promise my last comment on this. So if I saw the issue as being an issue of capacity, so if the issue is capacity, then it's irrespective of whether I reach out directly to the Director of Public Works or whether I reach out to the city manager. The whole issue, because Starla, or the city manager, is wonderful, but I imagine that a lot of what she's doing is reaching out to subject matter experts. And so if there is a process by which you reach out to that subject matter expert directly, it is still at the core about a capacity of which you're saying the city lacks. Or at least there is this sort of territory out there that isn't quite getting the transparency, and that there isn't transparency about the extent to which it is consuming staff time and resources.
Yes.
And if I can just add a comment, that I think our staff love working with the commissions, and so I don't mean to reflect at all that that's a problem. I think that's really great, as long as it's all about our time. And as my staff teases me from time to time, I will remind them we can do anything, we cannot do everything. And that's why we want council prioritization to set us on the right track. And if the council would like to reduce resources, that's fine. We will use those resources to the best of our ability to focus on the council priorities.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlton.
Okay, I hope this is my last comment. It's starting to smell a little bit like we want to curb down people giving us feedback, and I just want to make really clear that's not the case. We represent the people. I think everyone here is happy to have coffee with people, talk on the phone. People do call us, and that's great. That's wonderful. I'd much rather have them call me and be able to directly deal with things, or call us and have us do things. That's what we volunteer for. The hard part is telling a resident that has a really good idea, just like telling a colleague up here that has a really good idea, wow, I really want to do that. What are we not going to do so we can do that? Because, it's like my budget at home. If I want to buy some expensive thing, what am I not going to buy to afford that? And we're spending time like people spend money. There's a budgeted amount, there's a finite amount. And that's the tough part, is not being able to offer every single service, deal with every single issue this year. That's why we have a list of 73 things that we're shipping at, because we can't. And hand on heart, I wish we could hire another 100 people and just get it all done, but that's just not the way it works. We have a budget, and we have to be fiscally responsible, and we have to make difficult choices on what we prioritize. But I don't want people to think that we don't want to hear ideas, because we do, because that helps us, and it helps us focus, and it helps us prioritize.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash.
I guess I would just also request that we get a straightforward way of making requests, because I tend to go through the city manager, and therefore I do feel like perhaps some of the residents I'm representing have not been getting their fair share of staff time.
Wow.
I'll take that into consideration. I think that they are, but I hear your point on that.
I'll just say, Councilmember Nash, I go sometimes straight to staff and I still get ignored. So.
We don't ignore anyone. What are you talking about? So just as we're wrapping this up, I just want to make it clear that given the fluctuation in staff and the vacancies, we will complete the recruitments that are underway now, including hiring people, but we'll make sure that we don't issue new recruitments until we get this resolved, which will put the staff, we will be very anxious to meet with Councilmember Mueller and Nash in the very near future.
Oops. In the interim, is it possible just to report out at the next meeting? We're still hiring. We haven't, or whatever, wherever you are in that process of hiring those 8 FTEs. Thank you. Okay, so there aren't any more questions from the council. We will go ahead and close the study session. Thank you, Mr. Peguero. The next item on the agenda is study session. Our next study session is to confirm the approach to updating the transportation impact analysis guidelines related to vehicle miles traveled and level of service. Our Transportation Division staff and consultant, Magnus Barber, Senior Transportation Planner with CHS Consulting Group, will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as we are pulling up the presentation, just wanted to quickly introduce us here. So my name is Kevin Chen, Acting Senior Transportation Engineer with the City's Transportation Division. Nice to see you here tonight. With me here is Magnus Barber. He is the Senior Associate with CHS, which is a transportation consulting company that we have hired to assist the city in developing the Transportation Impact Analysis Guideline update. So the two of us here tonight will be presenting to you the study session on this topic. So before I hand the baton to Magnus, I just wanted to briefly highlight that we're here tonight to solicit your feedback as well as the feedback from the community with the goal of your feedback on the process itself. So as we go through the slides, getting into some of the background information and nuances of why we're here and how we want to proceed from here on, certainly welcome any of you to start formulating those questions and ideas and feedback, so that way hopefully we can address them at the end of the presentation. So with that, I will hand over to Magnus.
All right, so before we begin, I'd like to apologize in advance. It's kind of a lot of technical jargon. There are a lot of acronyms. I've done my best to define them as we go, and I'll make sure to mention those as I go through each slide, but if I do forget, please remind me. All right, so I'm going to go through the presentation. We're going to talk about what this guideline to transportation impact analysis guidelines update is, what it's all about. We're going to talk about the legislative background, both at the state and local level, the various pieces of legislation that have brought about this project.
Excuse me for one moment.
Yeah.
By chance, do you have the slides either printed or, is that what you needed? A copy of the slides?
I don't believe we do. Is there a need for that?
Can you email them to us later? Sometimes I like to refer back to these.
Absolutely.
And it's great to have a copy. And then we can also include them in the minutes so that if any of the residents want to look at it later, they have access to that as well in an easy place.
They will be on the website.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, then we're going to talk about Senate Bill SB 743, which is the state bill requiring that cities adopt VMT, vehicle miles traveled, as a measure of transportation impact. So that's the immediate thing that's driving this project. Then we're going to talk about the existing transportation impact analysis guidelines here in Menlo Park. And then about some tools we can use to analyze vehicle miles traveled, some example implementations, and then we'll get on to the schedule of the project and next steps. So this transportation impact analysis guidelines update is basically about how the city is going to adopt vehicle miles traveled as a measure of transportation impacts. So not only is it a change to how impacts are measured, it may also change what's considered an impact. It's a big change at the state level with projects submitting their analysis to CEQA. And how we do that at the local level is what we're determining as part of this project. And it may also change how the impact of developments are mitigated. And so this isn't coming out of nowhere. This coordinates pretty well with some things that the city's already been doing. So the general plan, circulation element, the climate action plan, the downtown and El Camino specific plan, and the transportation demand management guidelines, all in their ways are addressing the impacts of travel and transportation on the climate. And this change of adopting vehicle miles traveled is just kind of making sure that everything's pulling in the same direction. And this project's also an opportunity for all of you to weigh in on how you want future development to happen in the city. All right, so going back to 2006, there are various policies at the state level that are driving this. So AB 32 required reduction in greenhouse gases to 1990 levels by 2020. In 2008, SB 375 required that all metropolitan planning organizations develop a sustainable community strategy, which basically articulated how that community would reduce their emissions. In 2012, Executive Order B1612 basically required that some of those reductions have to come from transportation. And then in 2013, SB 743 required the state's Office of Planning and Research to develop a metric for promoting that reduction in greenhouse gas from transportation. SB 32 in 2016 required reductions from all sectors to 40% below 1990 levels by 2030, so that's taking that even further than AB 32. And then by June 1st of this year, SB 743 comes into effect. So vehicle miles traveled has to be adopted. And Menlo Park adopted a climate action plan in 2015, and there were updates to that in 2018. So looking at where California greenhouse gas emissions are coming from, over 40% are coming from transportation. And even with improvements to fuel efficiency of vehicles and the development of low-carbon fuels, emissions are still going up because the amount of travel people are doing is going up. And so the most direct way to address that is to reduce the amount of vehicle travel. So the goals of SB 743 are to align the transportation impact analysis under CEQA with the state's goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, promoting multimodal transportation networks, and promoting a diversity of land uses. In addition, SB 743 allows cities to opt out of using level of service in infill areas as part of encouraging infill development. And a key part of this project is determining how the city of Menlo Park wants to keep using level of service. So the city on the, map on the right here illustrates these, what might be considered infill areas. This is San Jose, and this is a map of the average trip distances in different parts of the city. And so the green area in the central city, the average trip distances are below the thresholds suggested by the Office of Planning and Research, which would be an example of where that city is exempting projects from further analysis. Okay, so we'll go through the existing transportation impact analysis guidelines in Menlo Park. There are several components. The main one from a traffic and transportation point of view is level of service, which is basically a measure of delay to vehicles. So it's carried out at the intersection level, and delay is graded A through F depending on how much delay is imposed at that intersection. There are other city documents guiding transportation. There's the general plan, there are specific plans, and municipal codes such as standard street designs and parking requirements. In addition, there's transportation demand management guidelines, which are based on CCAG. And we're going to be reviewing all of these as part of the project and considering what, if any, changes might be needed to align them better with VMT analysis. So level of service has been around for decades. It has some strengths, which I'll touch on in the next slide. It also has some limitations. One of those is that it only considers traffic impacts for vehicles. And the way that impacts have been mitigated typically in the past have been by adding street capacity, so adding lanes, adding turn lanes, all of which has tended to make our cities more sprawled out and to make them traffic faster and more dangerous for people walking and biking. Making driving easier also tends to increase the amount of driving people do, so it increases greenhouse gas emissions. It reduces open space, and it makes infill development more difficult. And it leads to more driving and more congestion. And it also only considers negative traffic impacts from transit, bicycle, or pedestrian projects to the extent that they affect driving, so otherwise they're not considered. But it does still have some very useful features. It's a really good way of understanding congestion and operational issues around intersections. It's good for understanding site access, and currently the general plan requires a certain minimum level of service, so a maximum amount of delay effectively. And so again, what good features we want to retain and where and how they're used is part of what we're going to be deciding as part of this project. And the pictures on the right here are from Menlo Park, showing some added bike facilities on a sort of fairly typical suburban arterial. So I'm not saying that LOS is completely incompatible with making improvements for biking and walking either. It's just, you know, it needs to be very consciously done, and staff are already doing some great stuff there. And I'll end with what you measure is what you get. LOS tends to promote, you know, high-speed, high-capacity vehicle infrastructure, whereas VMT encourages density, a mix of uses, and lower speeds. You're probably going to get congestion either way. That's kind of inescapable. That's a side effect of economic activity and places where people want to be. So you might want to consider, well, what kind of place do I want to live in? That's my one and only piece of editorializing this evening. Before getting into tools for analyzing vehicle miles traveled, I just want to take a second to define what vehicle miles traveled is. It's essentially exactly what it sounds like. It's the number of miles traveled by vehicles. It could be considered in total, so the total number of miles traveled in the city of Menlo Park, for example. Or, as we'll get into later, it could be considered per capita. And there are two components to it. There's the vehicle part of it. There's vehicle trips generated by a project, and the average trip distance for different types of trips. And the reason it's better measure of environmental impact than level of service is that vehicle emissions are proportional to the distance traveled, and so VMT is a measure of emissions, whereas LOS was not. And it also gives us a little hint as to how we can reduce VMT. We can look at vehicle trips, and we can look at average trip distances. So there are various tools available, and more being built as we speak at the city, county, and regional level, especially at the regional level. MTC has a travel demand model, and VTA has a travel demand model that can be used for this. There are various sketch models, mostly spreadsheet models out there. San Jose has a spreadsheet tool that's been out. City of Los Angeles has a spreadsheet tool. They're quite nice. They're very kind of transparent. You can see what's going on there. Or you can do it through surveys or other empirical measurements. And so it tends to be measured, and the way the state is proposed that it is measured for the purposes of transportation impacts is per capita. And I'm going to go through this first proposed threshold for residential projects before explaining that. So the significance criteria they've suggested is that it's less than significant if the VMT is 15% below existing regional or city VMT per capita. So the intent there is to encourage infill. A project might generate more than the average city VMT, but if it's below the regional average VMT, it could still benefit the region. And by measuring per capita, it's not going to punish cities that are attracting people from lower density areas because the city's VMT is going to increase, even though the VMT per capita is decreasing compared to if those people lived in more suburban areas. So for office projects, the proposed threshold value is the same, 15% below existing regional or city VMT per employee. And for retail, it's considered less than significant if it doesn't increase VMT. For other types of projects, the state hasn't made any particular determinations and left it up to local jurisdictions, except for transportation projects where it's determined less than significant if it reduces VMT below the existing. And then there are some proposed exemptions from VMT analysis for very small projects or where there's evidence suggesting that it would generate very few vehicle miles traveled. or where it's consistent with the Sustainable Communities Plan or general plan. Also for projects within a short distance of major transit, and for affordable housing projects. Also, transit, bike, and pedestrian projects generally have a positive impact on VMT. And any roadway projects that reduce roadway capacity. So on the mitigation side, mitigations for VMT tend to focus more on the demand side, so on land use and transportation demand management measures rather than on supply, which was the case previously where one would increase capacity. So that might be through increased density from infill development, improving access to transit goods and services, incorporating affordable housing, and implementing more wider area TDM projects, such as transit passes, traffic calming, bicycle parking, these kinds of things. And on the roadway expansion side, looking at toll lanes or high capacity, high occupancy vehicle lanes. And one of the things that we're going to weigh in on is if the current transportation impact fee could be better used by the city to fund these type of projects than having the developer fund mitigations specific to their project, because a lot of these mitigations are kind of looking at bigger areas rather than the area strictly around a project. So an example from the city of Oakland. So they're using a vehicle miles traveled approach as recommended by the Office of Planning and Research, and they are using the MTC model. And the map you see on the right here is similar to the map from San Jose, showing the shortest trip distances in the center of the city and gradually increasing trip distances as you get further from dense commercial areas and multimodal transportation options. So they've adopted the same thresholds and metrics as proposed by the state, except they decided to go with just the 15% below existing regional VMT. They're less concerned about local VMT. And they're exempting projects that generate fewer than 100 vehicle trips a day or are located in a low VMT area or close to major transit. They do still require LOS for projects that generate more than 800 trips during the peak hour, so fairly large projects do still have to do a more traditional transportation analysis. And so projects that don't meet the criteria for exemptions need to develop TDM programs to demonstrate that they can bring the number of vehicle trips down below the threshold. A couple of examples from smaller cities. So Redwood City adopted VMT in 2018, and they now only use LOS for site-specific issues. Palo Alto is using VTAs, transportation impact analysis and LOS guidelines currently, and they're going to adopt VTA's VMT estimation tool when that comes out later this spring. They're planning to continue to use LOS, but they're going to modify it and instead use something called multimodal LOS, MMLOS, which is, in addition to considering delay to vehicles, they're also considering the level of service for people walking, like space on the sidewalk, or delay at crossing intersections, safety for people biking, that kind of thing. So it's a bit of a broader concept that takes into account all the other ways that people want to get around. And East Palo Alto are currently in a similar stage to the city of Menlo Park. They're still developing their policy guidance. Right, so next steps, I'll pass it back to Kevin.
Thank you, Magnus. So here we have the question, what do the changes mean for X? In this case, X would be any stakeholder that might have an interest in this. Of course, we are here tonight to solicit feedback from the City Council as well as the public. So we're hoping the topics here will generate some of the discussions and feedbacks that we're hoping for. Of course, revolving greenhouse gas emission, that's first and foremost one of the primary reasons for this change from a statewide standpoint. There's also always the discussion of regional jobs and housing balance. Of course, as Magnus mentioned, that is one of the key elements behind the change as well. And from a local standpoint, congestion. What does congestion mean? How we want to utilize level of service to further analyze those. So we're hoping that certainly any of these topics are worth the discussion, but certainly any would be welcome. And then as part of the package, the City Council and the member of the public would have a copy of the actual scope of work that was proposed. And here are essentially the main highlights of the scope. I do want to focus a little bit of attention to task number 4, which highlights a potential optional task. What is behind this task is really an idea to demonstrate the differences between level of service and VMT. And we would do so by selectively choose up to 3 projects that have been done in the past using the level of service method, and potentially looking at a high-level analysis of VMT, with the idea of coming to the City Council and the member of the public, what that would look like. Since we have an idea of what the project from a level of service standpoint was at the time, if we were to look at it from a VMT standpoint, what we would be looking at and what would the outcome be? So that would be one of the main highlight of the task that I wanted to highlight here. And of course, as Magnus mentioned, we do have a July 1st, 2020 timeline that we have to be very cognizant about. So with that in mind, here is an overview of the project schedule. And we're hoping with tonight, we will get the feedback from the council and the public and really utilize the next couple of months or so to go back to the drawing board and really develop a draft TIA guideline. And with that in mind, we're hoping that for the month of March and May, to really go out to the different public the commissions, the different stakeholders to really solicit their feedback on the draft guideline, with obviously the goal of ultimately coming to the City Council for your feedback and final adoption. And with all that being said, we're hoping to get that done by the end of June, and therefore meeting the July 1st deadline as well. So as I mentioned a little bit earlier, we are here tonight for 2 main reasons. One is to confirm the approach to the TIA guideline update. Hopefully Magnus provided the information necessary for you to generate that discussion. And of course, we're always here to answer any questions that you might have. And with that, I believe we'll conclude our presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any clarifying questions from the council? No? So we will. Okay. Councilmember Nash?
I had a question before, and I don't think that I got any resolution with this, but the definition of VMT, is one 20-mile trip the same as 10 2-mile trips or 20 1-mile trips?
It depends a bit on the context of the question, I suppose. But in terms of the total environmental impact, yes, that would be the same. But I think if I understand where you're going with this, if we're looking at an area of the city where the average trip length is 2 miles, because there's an abundance of services within short distance, and an area of the city where average trip distance is 10 miles, because there's a long way to the store or to school or anything else, then in aggregate, the latter would have a much higher impact, because the average distance people travel every day would be much, much higher. Did I understand the question?
For a development project, how would they be analyzed?
So going back to the map of average trip distances, if it were, if they plan to locate it, for example, in the dark green zone, then they would probably be exempt from carrying out more extensive transportation analysis because it would be far below the regional average vehicle miles traveled. If they were to locate in one of the other areas, they're perfectly free to do that, but they would have to demonstrate that they could use a combination of transportation demand management measures to reduce their average vehicle trips.
Councilmember Carlton.
Sorry, I don't mean to be thick here, but if I don't ask questions I don't understand. Kind of to your point, if someone's driving, I assume that 5 miles in a all-electric vehicle car is different than 5 miles in a Ford F-150. How do you determine if VMT is truly the impact on the environment? Do you factor out how many people in the community own EVs? In which case, how do you know that through registration? And how does that work?
That is a very good point. And when VMT, electric vehicle adoption is much higher than it is now, there may be a need to adjust the way this is measured. But the way things stand now is that electric vehicle adoption is going to take so long, or longer than we have to reduce the emissions substantially. And also electric vehicle emissions are not zero. The emissions to produce a new electric vehicle are of a similar order of magnitude to the emissions emitted by a conventional vehicle during its entire life cycle. So it's still a new vehicle, and it still impacts public health in many unfortunate ways.
Or they could be, at this point, a 5 or 7-year-old EV. But in the bill, it actually states that the reason why we're going to VMT is to encourage more people to use electric cars. So I don't see any incentive in terms of how this is measured to reach that goal.
I'm afraid I'm not aware of that provision of the bill.
Okay. And again, sorry, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. How do you know? How do you know when I get in my car where I'm driving? Because when we look at level of service, we have cameras on the intersection, we're counting cars, and we can say definitively, this is how many cars at 5 o'clock that pass through this, and the addition of 5 more cars is going to have this impact. This seems very slippery and artistic in terms of how do you know exactly what's going on?
Right. I think there are 2 points there, and the one is that this is all about averages. It's really not about the specifics. But we do know that if someone is living in a denser area with lots of amenities nearby, that on average they do drive much less. So that is, without knowing specifically where someone is, that's still a way to very accurately predict a reduction in emissions. And the second point is, the state guidance says that the city may choose not to use LOS in these areas, but it doesn't say that they must stop using LOS. And so that's one of the central questions in this is people still care about congestion, and LOS is a good way of capturing that and understanding that. And so as part of this project, we want to, understand, maybe there are certain areas where large developments are anticipated and large traffic impacts are anticipated where it makes sense to keep LOS. And maybe it's not just those areas, but so that's part of what we want to determine in this process.
My concern is that as we move to VMT, people are going to confuse that with LOS, and they're so different. I guess what I'm trying, and being clarifying, I'm just trying to, it just doesn't seem terribly accurate. And you're holding your finger up, so did you?
Yeah, and the reason why is, and I have my own comments on LOS, but on the VMT. But actually, when it comes to the accuracy of VMT, technology now, believe it or not, has gotten to the point where it can actually get to some level of accuracy, because what companies are doing, there's one particular technology company actually in this area that is taking the data from your Google Maps or from your GPS, aggregating it, anonymizing it, and then selling that to cities to show how many trips are taking place on different streets from endpoints to start points. And so, and I know a lot of jurisdictions are actually looking at that for their VMT. So it's getting, that actually is getting more accurate. The trade-off really still is though, and the reason why I think the state has said you can still look at LOS is because you're not, by looking at LOS and VMT, you're not actually, like looking at one or looking at the other is not actually making the greenhouse gas reduction, right? You're still looking at the same apple. You're just looking at a different side of the apple in order to gain an insight of whether or not there's a trade-off for the GHG reduction. So,
I have a lot more questions, but since these are clarifying, I'll let people speak, and then I'll come back and ask more detailed questions later. Thank you.
Are there any more clarifying questions? Yeah. Councilmember Nash.
Could you define what is pass-by trips and internal trip capture as trip reduction methods? Just real simply. I've never.
Sure. I missed the first one. Pass-by. Oh, right. Right. So pass-by trips are trips that were already happening. So typically, if you're doing a development, say you're creating a new supermarket, the Institute of Transportation Engineers has a trip generation manual that has tables that show, the number of anticipated trips for each land use. So you look up supermarket and it says, X number of trips. But then it also gives you a percentage of pass-by trips, which are trips that are assumed to be already happening. So typically, people are on their way home from work, they stop by the supermarket, that trip was happening anyway. An internal trip capture is if you do a mixed-use development, so it could be residential with ground floor retail, or it could be office with ground floor retail, something like that. People can go downstairs and pick up what they need without making a vehicle trip, put very simply.
At this time, we will take public comment. Our first public speaker is Karen Camacho. I can't hear you. Oh, it says Karen Camacho. Well, Jen Willison.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Taylor and Vice Mayor Combs. Nice to see you there. I am speaking as a resident of Vintage Oaks neighborhood, which is near the intersection of Willow Road and Middlefield Road. And when I think about VMT and LOS, I think about this intersection a lot, because currently that intersection is designed for the throughput of cars. And as you may know, when you go up Willow Road towards Middlefield, there is a pork chop and a free yield for cars. And so cars don't have to fully stop at the light, they just whip around and make that right turn. Now, when my daughter or my son and my dog and I want to walk to Willow Market, which we love because we can go on little trips and just use our backpack or whatever, it is a terrifying street to cross. And that is because it's currently designed to maximize LOS, and it's not having any consideration on vehicle miles traveled. I also bike sometimes to Willow Market, and it is almost like a math problem for me to figure out how I'm going to get there safely. I can either go the wrong way on Middlefield on my bike, which is scary, or I can come out on Willow Road and then figure out how I'm going to make a left to that market. So for me, LOS and VMT are very real concepts, and it's also about safety, not just congestion when we're thinking about moving to VMT. and about thinking about the community, like the consultant said, that we want to live in. A lot of us have resources and we go on nice vacations, and a lot of people in Menlo Park travel to places that prioritize, denser markets and patisseries and all these places where you can go outside and walk and get your services and cross the street and take a tram and bike and walk and live this lifestyle. And I think a lot of the conversations in Menlo Park have to do with this village atmosphere and this ideal that we want to have of a village. And when I think of the village that a lot of us that we could envision ourselves living in, it would be to be able to run out to the market and not have to get in our car, because our community is not sprawled out. We have a real opportunity to invest more in infill and to make our community much more walkable and bikeable for everyone. And of course, the irony of level of service, which was pointed out in the staff report, is a lot of the benefits of LOS are perceived benefits, and that we're going to get congestion anyway. So I'm sure a lot of you have heard of the concept of induced demand, which is, engineers and scientists have proven the concept of induced demand. So widening roads only brings more traffic. So we need to do things differently, and we really need to move away from LOS unless there are real tangible benefits like a separated bike path. I'm all for that. Maybe signal timing to help things, but we need to make our community safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. Adina Levin. I'm on the Complete Streets Commission, speaking for myself. And first of all, I want to so in this process, I'm really looking forward to the staffs going out and looking at the case studies in other cities and figuring out, how VMT can be tailored for this community, and also how and whether LOS can continue to be used in a way that doesn't have the negative side effects that, reduce quality of life in the community. So I'm glad that we have the state law in terms of calculating the environmental impact in VMT. There was a study that was done because of a state law to study the question that Councilmember Carlton asked. And what they found is that even if the state reaches its goals of having 10 times more electric vehicles over the next 10 years, we would still need to reduce driving miles by 25% to achieve our climate goals. So it continues to be extremely important, but it's not only that, but in the good intention of improving mobility, we wound up with things that reduced mobility. So we wind up with these feedback loops where the solution to address congestion is to widen roads and place things further apart, and that leads to more driving, and that leads to more traffic. And like when you have a hair trigger for LOS and you say, we're going to widen this road so a driver isn't delayed for a few seconds, you wind up making it take 5 minutes to cross the street on foot, and then you wind up going where you're going in a car, and then you have more car congestion. And what your mitigations are in terms of road widening. If your mitigations can include encouraging many more people to not drive, that also improves mobility. The other unintended consequence is that you think that by making it faster to drive, you're going to wind up spending less time driving. But some of the studies that are actually in the state's work where they came to the conclusion about what to do, they showed that if things are closer together, you might drive more slowly. So when Belhaven has a grocery store and someone drives to that grocery store, they might drive more slowly, but will also spend less time driving. So I really look forward to these case studies to tell us how we might be able to use LOS in order to be able to make sure our transportation system continues to work for drivers, but without these negative consequences that reduce our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Pam Jones.
Good evening again, Mayor Taylor, Vice Mayor Combs, council members, Nash, Carlton, and Mueller, and staff. Pamela Jones, resident of the Bellhaven neighborhood, the triangle that's surrounded by 101, Bayfront, and Willow Road. And I'm going to start with the language that's in task 5 on page 8 of the report. And it talks about meetings with the council on complete streets, blah, blah, blah. This will help obtain policy direction to ensure that the updated TIA guidelines align with the city's broader goals of maintaining quality of life, safety, and a vital local economy while allowing development in opportunity areas such as east of US 101. So all we need to do is we need to have council members, commissioners, staff, and especially the consultants to spend at least 5 days in the morning and the evening, peak hour times, in the traffic throughout the city of Menlo Park. They need to understand what the problem is before they can decide how we're going to fix something using whatever terminology you want to use, using whatever guidelines the state comes up with, whatever metrics. It doesn't matter what you use. Traffic is an experience. It's not numbers. Traffic is an experience and not numbers. I just, I broke out in a rash when I'm looking at this, because so far everything that we've done with traffic using the guidelines that we are given has made things worse for my community. It's not safe to walk. Of course, we have poles in the middle of the street that are street signs, so you can't even walk directly down a street on the sidewalk. But a matter of trying to ride a bicycle in the community or walk in the community with the cut-through traffic that we have, because we're trying to address that with the Bellhaven calming study, but that hasn't been completely implemented. So we really need to have the experience, and I'm sure it's the same elsewhere within the city, that they have the unique situations. Have the experience and then decide what plan is going to work best for the city of Menlo Park. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was our last public speaker, so I will bring it back up to the dais, but I would like to take a 5-minute break. That's okay with everyone? Thank you. Okay. I'm calling the meeting back to order. And we'll bring it back to the dais, and Councilmember Mueller.
Thank you. So this is just a study session. We're providing our direction, and there's a lot more that's going to go into this. So I'm just going to make my comments really all at once, and then because we have a lot more on the agenda tonight. But basically, where I am on this right now for my feedback is, I'm just going to explain real quick my thinking on this, and that's that, like I was making the analogy earlier, whether it's VMT or LOS, it's really the same apple, right? It's the same apple that you're looking at in terms of what's being caused by the development. And so the question is, are you going to look at one side of it in terms of VMT for GHG reduction reasons? Or are you going to look at the other side of it for LOS for congestion-related reasons? And then what triggers do you set off from those views, right? And so for me, the issue that I have is that when I look at, and there are some comments made about that if you're looking at VMT, that makes things safer. That's not actually the case. It's the same apple. The question is, how do you respond to that? So if we have intersections that were measured on LOS and they're not safe, it's not because we applied LOS to them. It's because the city took actions in response to that LOS and made decisions about how we would respond to those conditions. The same that we could make the exact same choices with respect to VMT. It's the same apple. And so the thing that when I'm looking at this issue, what gives me pause on diving into VMT all the way is VMT just came down from OPR, and it hasn't been instituted for a long time, especially not instituted for a great period of time in a suburban environment. We have seen, if you look at it, it has been obviously in cities, in some of our larger cities in the Bay Area, but those are already dense to begin with. And so the question of how that affects the city in terms of our capacity to look at all sides of that apple, and I think that's what Pam Jones was getting at too, is wait a second, are you really seeing the whole picture of what the result is if you just apply to the VMT? Mm. So when I look at that, I'm not, so like I was looking through the guide, and you know, where it says, let's dive in and look at VMT and try to move forward with the goals of SB 743, what I'm thinking is, well, I want to look at VMT because I do care about greenhouse gas reductions, but I'm not willing to say goodbye LOS yet. I want to look at both of those things, and it seems like that's what that Palo Alto is attempting to do for pretty similar communities. So I'd like to really take a real close look at what their approach is there. And then, you know, and I could go through it. And what I'll do is I'll save that discussion to go through with staff of the scope of services in the report in terms of how that translates to that. But I wanted to make clear in the study session what my overall thinking was on that, because I do think that while we very much care about greenhouse gas reductions, and we are very interested in infill in areas where it's appropriate, we are also very much a suburban environment. And congestion is still something that I think our residents have an expectation that we are going to take into account in this decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Carlton?
Sure. First of all, I loved what Pam Jones said. I think that's absolutely true on many levels. And I agree with Councilmember Mueller and what you said as well. I think that what VMT gives us is really useful information, but it's not the whole picture. It's information for one type of response. And they say if all you have is a hammer, the world is a nail. This is fantastic information. The tricky part is how we respond to that information, but that's not what we're here to discuss tonight. Generally, I agree that we don't want to lose the level of service, because I've experienced Willow in the morning and in the evening and at 2 in the afternoon. Alpine Road is a nightmare. There's certain times of the day when Sand Hill Road, getting on 280, can take forever. this is impacting the quality of life of the people in Menlo Park. And yeah, we want to reduce greenhouse gases and all that, but respectfully, I respect you a lot. Your report and presentation were great, but I just don't accept that we're just going to have bad traffic. That's just not okay. We must make intelligent decisions, whether that's planning or how we change things within the city to ensure that traffic can get through and that we don't have such a negative impact on people's lives across the whole city. And so I agree with Councilmember Mueller. I'm used to saying Mayor Mueller. That they're both very good pieces of information that require two different really responses, and in some cases similar, but I don't think we necessarily need to lose one for the other. Now, in certain circumstances, as is outlined in the report, which is a good report, it might be in areas where there's not really so much of an issue and it doesn't need to be looked at, but that's probably true for both. So on the further questions I have that are more geeky and technical, I can follow up independently, but for the sake of why we're here and the time, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councilmember Nash? Excuse me, Ms. Nagaya, you wanted to follow up on Councilmember Carlton's question?
Yeah, so just, sorry, Nikki Nagaya, Interim Public Works Director. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear, because there's a lot of information tonight, and it's easy to miss the fact that the circulation element of the city's general plan still contains a level of service standard. And so we expect to be continuing to use level of service in some fashion, but the scope of what we want to be able to accomplish in the TIA guidelines update is to define what that analysis looks like, where it gets applied, and provide a little bit more clarity for residents and developers as we go through the update process. So because the level of service standard exists in the circulation element, the only way we could move 100% to a VMT transition is to amend the circulation element, which is not part of the scope of what we're proposing as part of just the TIA guidelines update. So I just wanted to make that distinction, since a couple of council members had brought up that point, to make sure that that was clear as part of the scope of what the update would include.
Vice Mayor Combs?
But so if you're just following up, if you're looking at the impact of one specific project, right? And so are we using VMT or are we using LOS under what you are recommending?
So for the purposes of CEQA analysis, the state is requiring that VMT be analyzed. So that's part of the SB 743 compliance that we need to put in place prior to July 1st. But the city has a local level of service standard that we would continue to analyze either through general plan conformity for development projects or potentially through operational impacts, depending on where they're located in the city and the size of the project. So that second part is what we need to clarify as part of the TIA guidelines update and any guiding policy that the council puts in place for how we use that level of service analysis going forward.
Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, so I'll just be more specific than what I was getting at. So one of the questions in the proposed scope of services asked whether or not the city would want to, a possible scenario would be elimination of baseline scenario analysis in favor of citywide or area-wide transportation assessments. My answer to that would be no, I'm not interested in that. And so another one asked, whether, I mean, I can go through all of these. I made notes on all, but there's a lot of things in here where I just said, no, I'm not interested in moving away from that LOS analysis. Fine if the state, I mean, basically what it gets down to is the state is telling us it wants us to do a VMT analysis, right? And I think that's important, and I want to do that analysis. But I don't want to move away from what we are currently doing for the baselining and the LOS analysis. There's a policy distinction in whether or not we're going to, and the words in the document of the scope of services was, it seemed like there was a policy discussion that was going to be required at council of whether or not we were going to proceed with the intent of SB 743 in terms of some of the actions that we would be taking. And I guess my clarification is I'm not really interested in trying to move forward with the intent of SB 43. I want to carry forward with the requirements of SB 43 and then continue to have that level of that analysis that we currently do for these projects. That way we still get a picture of the full apple, and then we can baseline off the triggers from that, what actions we will take, taking into account the VMT analysis. Does that make sense?
I have a clarifying question, going back to something that you said earlier, Ms. Nagaya, as far as amending the circulation element. For me, I look at whether or not I'm going to, which approach I want to take with the TIA, if it's based on either the guiding principles or policy within the circulation element, that I think we haven't met those metrics that we've set for ourselves. But if the TIA is based on that, then wouldn't it need to be amended so that we can actually meet the guidelines that we've created for ourselves?
So pull the mic as close as I can. The circulation element has two policy statements that apply specifically to how development projects get analyzed. One references the city's level of service standard, and so that sets the standard for city-controlled intersections other than Willow and Middlefield to a certain level, and then provides a different level for Willow Middlefield because it's traditionally been a location of heavy congestion in the city. And then it also sets standards for Caltrans-controlled intersections. So in places where we're not currently meeting those performance standards, so we'll use Willow Road as an example, a number of those intersections experience very heavy congestion, so you're well aware, and they're not necessarily performing at the level of service standard that's defined in the circulation element. A traffic impact analysis discloses their current operating levels and then discloses with additional traffic what they would be expected to operate at in the future. So I think fundamentally what gets done in a transportation impact analysis document is an information disclosure tool. And so it provides the information in order to disclose what the relative increase in traffic or decreases in traffic, depending on the particulars of a project, are showing, and then that gets folded into the council's overall analysis as part of the review of a development project. But it doesn't necessarily require, if we're not meeting a performance standard, there may be other projects that you want to prioritize, there may be other ways to address that performance standard, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we need to reopen the performance standard itself. If you want to take the step to do that, that's certainly within the council's discretion to provide that direction and prioritize that policy effort, but the performance level is kind of one thing, the policy guidance is another.
My concern is that just looking at policy number 2.5, neighborhood streets with a target design speed that promotes safe multimodal streets, minimizes cut-through traffic and high-speed traffic that diminishes the quality of life in residential neighborhoods. And so in the effort to meet the guidelines of this scope of service, so we'll wait and prioritize that as a council in order to fix the problem there. Specifically, I'll just say Willow and Hamilton. Not to say that's the worst intersection in Menlo Park, but it's definitely a heavily congested one. So, and then looking at some of the, well, not a solution, but some suggestions in here as far as mitigating the project with a development agreement, but not requiring the mitigation up front. And so if we've had a consistent problem in certain intersections in Menlo Park, so I just have a problem looking at a scope of service or a scope of work that kind of, we overlook it and then we look at it in another piece of the work that the council is doing. And so I just feel that there needs to be that something has to be changed so that we are looking at things a little bit differently from a different lens, a different framework, because whatever we're doing, this policy isn't working. Or we haven't held the policy to the standard that we established it by. I'm not sure.
That clarification is helpful to understand. I think the context from which you're asking the question. So that particular policy that you read, so it's referencing neighborhood streets and supporting a street classification system with the goals that you mentioned. And so what the circulation element did at the time it was adopted in 2016 was redefine the classifications of local streets, redefine the classifications of all of the streets in Menlo Park. So traditionally, the federal government provides 5 or 6 classifications ranging from an arterial to a local street, and then there are specific funding guidelines that come along with those classifications. And we changed those classifications to be focused on whether they were residential serving, commercial serving, mixed use, and provided more granularity to our street classification system. So understand that there may be cases where, particularly with cut-through traffic as an example, there may be other projects that we'd want to prioritize in order to better support the goals in the circulation element, but that doesn't necessarily reflect how a project is analyzed from a transportation impact perspective. So I think the fundamental goals and guiding principles of the circulation element are fully within the council's discretion to change, but I think we have a pretty strong framework here that outlines the overall priorities of the city to preserve quality of life, and that was one of the reasons I think that the general plan advisory committee and the council preserved level of service as part of the metrics in the circulation element guidelines.
I appreciate your response, and just so you know, it's had the opposite effect. And so the street isn't safer. So it hasn't preserved quality of life. It hasn't done any of that, and that's why I'm bringing it up. The language that's on task 5, the broader goals of maintaining quality of life, safety, and vital local economy while allowing development in opportunity areas such as east of 101. Was that language that came out from the consultant? Was that provided by the city? Is it a part of a document? Is it a part of the general plan? Where did that language come from?
I think that language was from our proposal.
It's directly from your proposal. So so we can change the approach of that, because I think that it isolates one area of the city to produce, I guess, the funding mechanism to fund the rest of the city. Anything that we're doing needs to be citywide, should be citywide. Impacts, citywide. Improvements, citywide. Benefits, citywide.
Yes, we can strike that language from the final scope of work, and I think it was meant to be illustrative, but absolutely understand the context and the concern that it creates.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Councilmember Nash? Turn you.
I just want to add that I was, for lack of a better word, horrified to read that. I think it is not what the intention is to have, to create economic opportunities east of 101, and we should, as Mayor Taylor said, be looking citywide at our traffic issue across the entire city. Thank you.
Are there any clarifying questions? You still have more questions?
I have more comments.
Can you do 3?
Yes. So I am not sure what I am hearing from my fellow council members, but I want to make very clear that what I am interested in is, as stated here, prioritizing safety and capacity improvements for transit, bike, pedestrian, and infrastructure, as well as TDM programs. I do not think that prioritizing cars throughout the city has worked, and it is time to be prioritizing safety for all of our residents and people in Menlo Park, and doing as much as we can to promote safe intersections, safe bike routes, safe pedestrian, walking, and other multimodal efforts. And to the extent that we can utilize what Palo Alto is doing with a multimodal LOS, I am for that. I am deeply concerned about continuing what we are currently doing because I agree with others that it is not working. So I believe that it's time to make a difference and change. And I'm also very concerned about the impact of the cars on the environment, and even with the large number of electric vehicles in our city. And I would like to decrease the VMT as much as possible and help our environment, as well as the health of all of our citizens. Thank you.
Well, at this time, I will close the study session. And thank you for your comment, and you've gotten direction from the council. And did you need to have any clarifying questions?
Yeah, I think the item that we were requesting direction on was just to confirm the approach for the scope moving forward, and so that outlines the general sequence and commission review, council review, and approval of revised guidelines, and so either a straw poll or indication that with the one change to the scope that we mentioned in task 5, is the rest of the approach acceptable?
Could you actually describe what you believe you've heard from council so that we can say yay or nay, please?
Well, I think we definitely heard a lot of high-level policy direction and description of what you'd like to see incorporated into the guidelines, but what we're looking for tonight as part of the study session is just a confirmation of the scope of work to go forward.
Literally the scope of work that's in front of us.
Yes.
Thank
correct.
you.
So I had
just a
objections-
moment.
I had objections to parts of the scope beyond just section 5. So like I said, the part that talked about about using the intent of SB 743 at the end of 2.2, talking about presenting a possible scenario with the elimination of baseline scenario analysis. I'm really just task 2.3. I had questions about whether or not we would evaluate criteria other than LOS to carry forward new VMT-based guidelines, which would, basically, I'm not willing to get to, under this scope, it looks like there's going to be a bunch of recommendations to remove LOS or move away from it, and I'm just not there. I mean, the scope I'm looking for is how do we implement what's required by SB 743?
The intent of the scope is not to get rid of LOS. It's just to understand how and where we want to continue using it, if we want to continue using it, and we're getting very clear direction that we do want to continue using it.
May I point something out to support you?
Sure, yeah.
It actually says LOS no longer the primary metric and not the determining factor. That's not. It should be a factor, and it should be a determining factor.
Well, and there's another section, in section 2, it says the city may wish to consider dropping the LOS requirement from the general plan. I don't want to do that.
Right, so
a congestion analysis, I mean, from everything we're hearing about the general plan, dropping a congestion analysis would be just, yeah, it'd be insincere.
So the sentence that Commissioner Cotton was referring to was just talking about the state level. LOS is no longer going to be a criteria for CEQA analysis, but it's absolutely an option for the city to continue using it in the way that you wish to do so. Like I said in my presentation, the main change would be if you continue to use LOS and it shows that a project is going to have an impact, there will be a different set of mitigations that make more sense to use going forward, because continuing to add more vehicle capacity is going to increase vehicle miles traveled. So mitigations that make more sense are adding safe multimodal facilities, investing in transit, infill that will reduce trip distances, et cetera, et cetera.
I will say I'm happy with the scope.
Vice Mayor Combs? You're fine. Okay. Councilmember Carlton?
I agree with Councilmember Mueller. Generally, I do, but you know, the devil's in the details. The devil's in the wording that this comes through, because that's when there's a question what people go back to. Oh, well, this was approved. Well, if this talks about how this may be dropped and that may be dropped and lowering, this whole thing basically says we're going to take one and lower it and elevate another over the original, and that's, I can see it more your point. Yeah. We have an obligation morally and legally to look at this and to make sure that we're doing things to lower our greenhouse gases, and that's fine. VMT is great for that. But I don't think it should become as a superior tool for making decisions, which is reading through the lines kind of what this says.
Well,
so, I mean, do you have a suggestion for how to fix that?
I don't, but I also want to just, again, revisit the idea that, look, VMT does not mean you're more multimodal. It doesn't. It doesn't, and I mean, it just doesn't. VMT and LOS are just standards by which you're looking at different views of the apple, all right? Whether or not you're going to put resources toward being multimodal and bike lanes and sidewalks and all those things as a result of looking at that apple is a priority decision of the policy decision-making body once it's assessed what that apple looks like under those different lenses. So it's when we keep going back to, well, one's, you know, you value multimodal more. No, you don't, by using VMT or LOS. All you're doing is you're saying, I'm going to use this view at which I'm going to look at the apple. And I don't want to get away from looking at the whole apple, because we have a whole lot, because candidly, one of the big reasons is because VMT doesn't have that long of an experience of usage to know if we're walking into a punch.
And I mean, I agree with you, and they're not mutually exclusive.
Right.
So it's perfectly possible, and as I understand it, you're free to continue to use it.
Yeah, and Palo Alto is, right? So I'm really interested in, I guess what I would say is I'm really looking at what Palo Alto's scope was, where they ended up with the program they have, because it sounds like they have a pretty good balance.
Vice Mayor Combs?
So for me, my then question is that Councilmember Mueller and Carlton have substantive concerns about the scope. And so can we get to some place in this meeting that gives you the needed direction that they are comfortable with, or is that not possible in this study session, and it needs to, we need sort of another bite of this apple in some other form, whether it's some sort of subcommittee to work out some of these details where I think that there is concern about, again, that LOS is not being prioritized or even looked at in some substantive way, or whether there's another. It seems like the concerns are substantive and not going to be completely like sort of fleshed out in this meeting at this moment.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think we have a clear feedback from at least two council members that generally what I heard was they wanted to maintain our existing transportation impact analysis guidelines, thresholds, review processes, and add in VMT in order to comply with state guidelines. And so, okay, I got at least, I definitely heard at least then one dissenting opinion that requested that we more fully transition to VMT. And so I think what we need is just clarification on whether there's three for the direction to maintain our current guidelines and standards and supplement or take a more, so I think what, let me back up one second again. I think what is outlined in the scope is the broadest possible review of our existing TIA guidelines that gives you the most flexibility to change what we're doing today. You can absolutely narrow that down, I think, through general direction as part of the study session tonight, and I think we can take that feedback, incorporate it without bringing necessarily the scope back for review. It would just give us clear direction moving forward. But what's written here would allow us to explore possible more drastic changes to the TIA guidelines. So that's, I think, the envelope of options that we have tonight.
And that exploration, it seems to be one that at least two council members are uncomfortable with, or feel is a wasted exploration.
Yes.
So I mean, to your point, where's the third sentiment? I mean, I tend to align with Councilmember Mueller and Carlton. I do have some concern with this idea of VMT just being this perfunctory what is the state mandate, and not really approaching it in a way that looks at it as a new way of looking at the impact of vehicles traveling on streets. And so generally, again, like I say, I'm aligned with Councilmember Carlton and Mueller, but I don't know if I'm as comfortable with saying that, like, yeah, the only thing I'm interested in is whatever is the state mandate regarding VMT.
Can I offer a compromise? Because I think we'll just get there. Can we look at what Palo Alto is doing, and then also what the state, and then the default would be what the state would be with the SB 43 implementation, and then what we're doing now. So, and compare those two against each other. Would that work? Yeah. Does that work for?
That works for me. I mean, we just had a presentation on the lack of bandwidth for staff, and we fail sometimes in death by $50,000 study. I don't want to waste anyone's time and money going into this really in-depth thing when we're not going to change 30 to half of what we're talking about. Let's not even look at that. And I'm not talking about doing the absolute bare minimum. I think that we need, but ideally we would take that and we would add it on to what we're doing. It's additional information. In many cases, that information is filling in holes so that we make better choices when we work with developers or the streets and how these are put together. And so I think your suggestion is very good to look at Palo Alto with the view to taking this as additional critical information for addressing greenhouse gases, but not necessarily fundamentally changing how we're going to be evaluating developments or impacts on our traffic.
Yeah, and if there's multimodal suggestions, those are really the idea that multimodal suggestions for safety are somehow impacted, whether it's VMT or LOS, I think is a red herring. We can adjust what we're doing in order to make those changes. So if those are recommendations coming from our professional staff, then include them, right? But I don't think that is dependent upon what standard you're using, because the standard is just your vision. Again, you're just your vision of what the current circumstances.
Right. And I think that's a fair point. The one exception that exists is the example that Magnus gave about how we'd analyze transportation projects. So as an example, if the Oak Grove Avenue bicycle project, if there was a change made, and I use this as an example because it's one that didn't have a level of service impact, but if we were making a change that removed a turn lane in order to provide a continuous bike facility, if we were to adopt standards related to VMT and not level of service, that could move forward without a detailed analysis of the traffic impacts of that project. Understand that development projects are kind of a different animal. But for transportation and infrastructure projects, that's the one place where a VMT threshold enables things to move more quickly. But understand if the direction is to maintain our current guidelines, we would still continue to do that analysis, disclose the potential increase in delay, the increase decrease in corresponding level of service, and that would be information. It would just be more information that you would have to make that decision.
Right. So it wouldn't stop you from doing the implementation. You just have the complete picture, right? And that's the whole thing for me is like, we should have the complete picture.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. At this time, I will close the study session. So I know it's late to be saying this, but for those of you who just joined us, welcome to the City Council's regular meeting for January 14th. Now we'll do another introduction, since that is in my notes. To my far left is our city manager, Mr. William McClure. City attorney, Mr. William McClure. It's getting late. Our city manager, Ms. Darla Jerome Robinson. Our council member, Kat Carlton. Our vice mayor, Drew Combs. To my right, our city council member, Betsy Nash, and to her right is our council member, Ray Mueller. At this time, I would like to take public comment, because I know we have public comment cards.
I think we need to go to agenda item D. Public comments is agenda item H.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
We have the presentation on the Manzanita report. Unless you wanted to take public comment out of order.
Is it possible to take public comment out of order?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I see people with children in here, so we can take it out of order. Thank you.
We don't have any public comment speaker cards at this moment.
I think.
So-
Are there any public speakers in the audience?
But maybe it was for the information item on Facebook?
Oh.
Yeah, those are for agenda item K1, Bellhaven Community Update and Library.
So I'll take it out of order then. The informational item, which is something. Oh.
So would you like
And
to?
at this time, excuse me, Vice Mayor Combs will have to recuse himself. So he will leave temporarily. Okay, go ahead, Neetu.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask, so we are doing agenda item K1?
K1, yes. And K1 is an update on the Bellhaven Multi-Generational Community Center and Library. And our first speaker is Israel Harris.
Thank you, council members, for allowing me to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of the Onetta Harris Community Center. We were informed that there is a renovation, which is great, by Facebook, and we would like to discuss the plans for naming of the facility at the time of the renovation. It was named the Onetta Harris Community Center in 1983, based on the community work of Onetta Harris as a liaison and counselor for the Ravenswood School District. It was a place in which there was the community was brought together for education, for outreach, for community service such as health, sports activities, and other things to improve the area. The name of this community center was a great celebration at the time. My uncles and other family members said that it was a time in which it brought the community together as a place to, instead of having animosity, there was love that was brought in. And I did a little bit of research about Facebook, and in 2017, they changed their mission statement to, at Mark Zuckerberg at the Facebook Community Summit revealed a new mission statement: give people the power to build community and bring the world closer together. And I think that in 1983, that's what they did by naming it the Onetta Harris Community Center. And what we like to do is just be involved in the renovation project and the decision-making at the time of once all of this happens. If Onetta was here today, she would say, let's come together and let's make a decision together as far as the next step. As a community member, I feel that it's important that we carry on the legacy of not just of Onetta Harris, but all of those in the community. We think that by keeping the name in its current form, it would allow us to do so. Facebook is a great way to bring everyone together from all parts of the world, and we think that this would also help continue and bring the community along with it, along with the growth of the East Menlo Park area. So I'm not sure what steps have been made at this time, but we would, just like to be a part of that. All right, thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. And at this time, no decision has been made.
Okay.
And so I appreciate you coming in and sharing your story
Okay.
and your legacy in the community.
So is there any way that we can be a part of
Yes.
that decision-making process?
Yes, definitely.
How will we find out that information?
So what we need to do is actually get your information,
Okay.
and then that way include you in on the information that we've been sharing with the community.
Okay, that'd be great.
And I'm trying to, let me give you one of my cards. I'll give it to the city clerk.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Vanessa Carlisle.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Taylor. I haven't done this in a long time. Imagine for a minute, the late 80s, and East Palo Alto was the #1 murder capital of the world. That's important because most of those people attended the Onetta Harris Community Center. And at that time, the Onetta Harris Community Center was named the Sanctuary. It was a safe place for people to come. It didn't matter what street you lived on, where you came from, what gang you was with. Once you came to the Onetta Harris Community Center, that was the safe place. That's what all the drug dealers called it. That's all the people, gangbangers. It was the sanctuary. It had no barriers. Something like that you want to keep in the community. Facebook has permeated the community. It has in every corner, almost every way. They have taken all of the community. The community center is the heart of the Belhaven community, and that means a lot to people. We want to be able to preserve the history of the community. And also, it's important, people have their personal lives was affected by that community center. There was so many lives that were saved. I'm telling you just the truth that I know. My husband would tell me all the time, Aaron Johnson worked at the community center. He would tell me all the time that people came to talk to him before they would go shoot people. And he would be like, no, you can't do that. You cannot take a place like that and not give it part of the people who help make it who it is. It's too important to the people. And like I said, Facebook, we love the idea. Don't get that we don't want Facebook to help. But we want Facebook to remember that's history. There's history behind the place. There's people who help make that place history. We don't want that to be lost in what Facebook is doing. Most people refer to the community now, Facebook has just taken over. You can't take the heart out of the city. So, like he said, consider all of us. We're all here for the same reason. Name the place after the people who made it what it was. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your comment. The next public speaker is David Harper.
How you doing, City Council? David Harper. So I spoke on Saturday, and I spoke about what it meant to the community. When I left, I was holding my son, looked at my other son, who's 7, thought about, really it's their legacy. It's the kids who, it's their story. It's my youngest son is almost 8 weeks now. That's his great-grandmother. My 7-year-old son, that's his great-grandmother. He goes to Beechwood. He goes after-school program there. So when he comes out of school, he sees that his grandma's name on that front sign. Imagine coming out and not seeing it anymore. There's pride in that. Imagine my son, who's 8 weeks, futurely telling, like, back in the day, it was named Oneida Harris Community Center. Now it's named something else. So really, like, my thing is that I want to know why. I want to know you guys' reasons. You know our reasons for wanting to keep it the same. I want to know your reasons for wanting to change it. You know, because it's our argument is we're here saying the same stuff. You're going to hear this all day. If we talk all day, we say the same things. Our heart, legacy, history, culture, community. I want to know why is it even on the table to change. So, I mean, it's for me, it's personal because it's just like I said, my son's just been born. And I want to be able to tell him the story of his great-grandmother. And I'm going to tell him regardless. But she was honored for a reason. And I think that the whole city should know, the whole community should know, in the future they should know. It shouldn't be, we shouldn't talk past tense talking about it, you know. It shouldn't say back in the day, you know, or a few years ago. It should be currently, you know. And like I said, you guys know our reasons. You know, we've been saying the same thing. You know, I just want to know what are the reasons for even being on the table in the first place, because our reasons outweigh whatever the reasons for to change it. I believe they are. But for me, it's like I said, it's personal. You know, it's about my kids, it's about their legacy, it's about the other kids from the community and their legacy as well. Like Nessa said, you know, we just want to just keep that culture, regardless of what changes made in the community and how it looks. And the design was beautiful, loved it. But that community is not going to change. People won't change. So that name is in our hearts. It won't change regardless of what it's called. That will still be OHCC to us. But to my son, he doesn't know. He hasn't seen it yet. He's going to see, if it changes, he's not going to know it was once called OHCC. I want him to know why, know who she was, and how important it was, not only to me, but to y'all as well. You know, so the only way to make that known is to keep it the same. That will show this community and people here that y'all care about my son.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Oneida Harris.
Good evening. Thank you so much for allowing me some time to speak today. So I'm here today in representation of the Oneida, or we are Oneida Harris Foundation. There's a plethora of us who are also tuning in and streaming in support online right now. So hello to all of our friends and family that are also watching in support. But I'm here today really because the Oneida Harris Community Center has been a pillar in the community ever since I've known. As you guys, or as my cousin Bakari mentioned earlier, in 1983, the building was officially named after my grandmother. And to put it simply, this is all I've known. In fact, Vanessa Carlisle was one of our rec leaders at Oneida Harris. I grew up with Vanessa. In fact, I remember being a kid and having so much pride when Vanessa one time told us we all had to leave the gym and go sit down. I was like, I don't have to sit down. My name is Oneida Harris. I'm staying here, you know. There's a lot of pride in that name and in the community. And like Vanessa said, it really did serve as a safe place for many of us for many generations, and we would like that to keep that tradition going now. We do believe that it's amazing that Facebook is giving this great gift to the community, but what I heard on Saturday was a lot of them checking in with community members and really just seeing what's at the foundation of Oneida Harris Community Center, or what people wanted to see in this type of public place in the community. And one thing I kept hearing being said is we wanted to make sure the history of Menlo Park and of what people in the community are used to experiencing reign true today. And essentially, if that's the case, where we're standing, if we're going to keep the community and the history alive in that community, it's a no-brainer to keep Oneida Harris Community Center, the name, the same. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Ken Harris.
Good evening, council persons, Madam Mayor. I'm here to speak about the Belhaven Community Center and Onetta Harris in particular. Onetta, I mean, what's been said, I mean, I have so many fond memories. When I finished college in 1973, I worked at the center the year before, and it was great. It was sprawling. It had Miss Sampson in the library. It had all these different programs. But one thing that it had was the spirit of community, the spirit of togetherness. Everybody was together. And that's what Onetta personified when the city passed the resolution, by City Council passed it by unanimous resolution. You can check that out when it passed, when they voted. It was a time of joy. It was just new. It was just good because we all knew that what Onetta embodied, the spirit that she embodied, was representative of the community at large. It brought people together. I didn't know what Zuckerberg's mission statement was, but that's exactly what she was about. We are interested in sustaining that spirit of togetherness, of unity, of community that Onetta embodied. We are in favor of the project. We think it's a wonderful project. There are a few things that need to be discussed, such as there was a woman that was presenting there, and she started crying. She was very tearful about the fact the fees will change. Because when you expand, you grow a bit, you grow a facility, the fees are going to go up and people are going to be priced out. Things like that are of concern, especially people in that community. I'm not talking about the Facebook people, I'm talking about the people in the community that work there. What will happen to their economic situations in terms of the growth here? So I just hope that the fees are contained. But Onetta, it would be very sad if that name was not retained. And we are very concerned that Facebook might have a renaming process, which we would hope that the city council would not concur with. And we would also like to think that maybe Facebook won't put that on the table either. Having said that, we'd like to see the name remain, Onetta Harris Community Center, because it put a smile on everybody's face and make us all happy. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment, and I assure you Facebook has not asked to have any naming rights to the facility. That is completely up to the city council. Our next public speaker is Mr. Greg Goodwin.
Hi, Council. I am here concerning the Belhaven Onetta Harris Community Center also. I'm going to be very specific, and I'm going to be short. I think the name should remain Onetta Harris Community Center because it is our history. It is a legacy. I've been in this community over 65 years, and I worked for the city of Menlo Park for a short time, about 3 years. What I've known is that Belhaven, the city has always taken from Belhaven. It's as if to suggest that they were intentional about undermining, us as citizens, the community itself, and that kind of thing. We don't want to feel like we can't trust the city over here. because it appears that every time you turn around, the city is having meetings and approving something that the community had no idea of because they weren't notified or whatever. And then after it's voted on and approved, it's too late to reverse it. So we don't want our history obliterated and made extinct. Okay, we want our history to remain. We want to be recognized just like every other citizen around here. We don't want our legacies compromised. Belhaven is a very strong community, and the Onetta Harris Community Center has provided the foundation to a broader scope for a lot of young people. They would, just like was said earlier, they would come, it was like a center of refuge. We kept a lot of kids out of prison, got a lot of kids to school and that kind of thing through the community center. We can't take that away. That's a memory that should never subside. We don't want to never undermine the power of collaboration, and that's what we're doing when you're undermining history. So we're asking that this community center remain the name of Onetta Harris Community Center. We don't want that moved. We want that name to remain there. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Fergus O'Shea.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Taylor. Just wanted to quickly say we're excited we had our first community engagement meeting. We had over 100 people turn out. It was really well attended. We were excited about that. We're going to be back on, I believe it's an agenda-sized item on January 28th, and I'm looking forward into reporting some of the feedback that we got to our storyboards and talk a bit more about the next phases of the process and hearing your feedback as well, obviously, to our proposal. It's regarding the naming and the naming rights. It was actually in the proposal that I wrote and that John sent for the project. We didn't even think about naming rights. It wasn't something that we considered because that's going to be a decision by the community and by the city council. And to your point, Mayor Taylor, our proposal isn't contingent on any naming rights and won't be. That's solely going to be a decision by the community and the city council. So I just wanted to reiterate that point. And if you have any questions tonight, I'm happy to take any questions. I'll be right here. Thank you.
Thank you. The last public speaker is Mr. Matt Henry.
Yeah, my name is Matt Henry, and I live in Belhaven. Many years ago, I used to be pretty involved in city matters and the community. Now, I kind of leave that up to others. But the reason I got involved in the first place in community matters and city was because of Aaron Johnson. I saw this guy single-handedly trying to deal with all the problems in the community. And I'll admit that we really did have some problems. The community center was the safest, most fun place all the kids went to. It was considered neutral ground, and that was because of Aaron. Everybody talks about, how great the place was, but that was because of Aaron Johnson. He worked for this city for 30 years, maybe more. And this wasn't just his job, this was his life. This city never understood why there was so much love and respect for Aaron. They just looked at him as another black employee who was just kind of a pain in the butt sometimes. But this community saw a little bit more. The legacy of Onetta Harris has been preserved and it's been appreciated for decades. She earned that. But now we have a new facility. And the reason the people are speaking so highly of this community center, it's all because of Aaron. You can hardly find any youngster who didn't know Aaron. I just defy you to name one. And it wasn't just Belhaven, it was East Palo Alto also. I think really that this name should be Aaron Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Are there any more public speakers and anyone else who would like to speak? Okay. This agenda item was an update on the process. And this past Saturday, we had a community meeting. Mr. Fergus O'Shea was reporting out about that meeting. We had an attendance anywhere from 110 to 150 people. It's one of the largest gatherings I've seen in our community in a while. And so I appreciate all of the public comments. I appreciate the passion that you have shared. And I reassure you that the naming had nothing to do with the project. And I assure you that the community will be a part of the naming. That is not what this project was about. This project is about a gift to a community that is well-deserving and it is long overdue. And for me, since I grew up there, I have more of a responsibility to be a part of this process and to ensure that both the community, the city, and Facebook are working together on it. It is not a one-person or one-team project. This is a unifying project. It's a trust-building project. It'll be painful in the beginning because of the history of our community. And that's not something that I can take away. That's not something any of us can take away. People have lived and died under what it felt like. And so now we have an opportunity to preserve our community, to preserve the history, and to maintain the legacy of our families that contributed not just to the neighborhood, but also to the city of Menlo Park. And so just be reassured that I will help make that happen as long as we all stay engaged. We can't do it independently. It'll take all of us to do that. And I really appreciate you taking the time to come. I do apologize for the length of time that you had to wait, but sometimes that's just a part of the process, and we'll try to work on that in the future, and especially when it comes to outreach and making sure that people are informed as to what's happening. It's a different dynamic now because there's an expectation that we all use our email. There's an expectation that we all text, and sometimes that isn't true. But if you get information, feel free to share it, especially if it's valid information from the city. So again, I thank you for being here, and I'm not sure if any of my Councilmember Carlton is on the subcommittee with myself. That's a part of the discussion about this project. Councilmember Carlton.
Hi, thank you all so much for coming. I wanted to come on Saturday morning, but I wasn't able to because I also sit on the board of Peninsula Clean Energy, and they had a strategy retreat for the board meeting, so I had to be there from 8 in the morning till 1 in the afternoon, and I wasn't able to come. I was surprised when I heard about this because, as Mr. O'Shea said, Facebook has never talked about renaming anything, and to my knowledge, nobody's talked about renaming anything. and I'm a big fan of history. I see no reason to rename the community center. If there are other people like Aaron Johnson, we have rooms that we've named after people. We have other ways that we honor people. And absolutely, I love the idea of honoring people who've given their lives and given so much time to the community. That's fine. But I see no reason to change the name of the community center at all. But I'm on the subcommittee. My mobile phone number is actually on the city website. If anybody does have other suggestions or ideas, you're welcome to call me. I'll come down and we can have coffee. I'm really excited about the opportunity. I think it's going to be fantastic, and I really look forward to working with you guys. But whether we agendize this and deal with it, or we put together a committee or whatever, I want to see this go to bed because I don't think it's a thing. I don't think anybody has any intention of changing the name. And I'd like us to move forward. And thank you. I think that what you said, Mayor Taylor, was very eloquent. Let's take that history and start moving forward and building trust, because that's what this is. This is going to be a trust exercise of us coming together and do something that's going to be really fantastic and really impactful, not only for the elderly in the senior center, but for the young people, for the library of all ages. And hopefully this is going to be not only a symbol of a safe place for people in the community, but also a symbol of us really building a relationship across the whole city and really building up that trust and doing something well together. So thank you all so much for coming out and speaking. I really appreciate you taking time out of your lives to come and getting involved and making sure that this is the best it can be.
So what I'd say is, on this issue is, I honestly don't know what to say. I really appreciate the comments the community members came out and talk about the memories of Ms. Harris. Mr. Henry, you never cease to amaze me with your courage and conviction after that to stand up and say how you feel about it. Truth is, I don't have tonight an inclination what should be done, because the truth is I think the community needs to drive that. I think it's really a decision for the community, not for me tonight, and not based on one discussion at council that I don't really have an appreciation of all that history for. I have appreciation for how much you guys, for the memories that you've shared this evening and how much you care about those. And that was evident and it touched me. But where I'm coming from is based on what the feedback is from the community through the subcommittee. If there's a recommendation from the subcommittee through that process that they think is worthy of bringing to the council, then I want to hear it, because I feel like it's come from the community. And I think that's probably the way, from how you've described Ms. Harris, she would want it to. So thank you all very much.
The Manzanita Talks presentation. Oh, can we call Councilmember Vice Mayor Combs? So now we will go back to our, to E1, a presentation, the Manzanita Talks.
Well, thank you and good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Aaron Ackman. I'm the principal and co-owner of a small land use consultant firm on the peninsula. And I'm here tonight along with former Mayor of Palo Alto, Nancy Shepard. Russ Hancock of Joint Venture Silicon Valley could not be here tonight, but he sends his regards. And together we were the core team of the Manzanita Talks, which were a series of discussions about traffic congestion in the peninsula within our subregion. And it was a very interesting process that included was a series of 5 talks that included 8 companies from within the area and 8 cities. So the 8 cities that participated, the southmost city, or the northmost city was Redwood City, and it went up to Sunnyvale. There were 2 different counties, cities within counties, 4 cities within San Mateo County, 4 cities within Santa Clara County. And why the discussions started was, prior to this role that I've had, I was in the cities that were right next door to you. I was in Redwood City and I was in Palo Alto. I know many of you from the time I spent there. And just like tonight, we had many discussions. I would say as planning director, probably half my job was about traffic and responding to traffic. And these same conversations were happening in all cities around the peninsula and really the Bay Area, as well as all the companies that operate within there. So based on that, Russ Hancock and his team put together this coalition of these 8 cities as well as 8 companies to discuss these measures. So what was interesting, the conversation started, and the main thing that we heard throughout the conversation was, what problem are we trying to solve? It was a very difficult problem to answer because the problem really depended on if you were a city or if you were a company. You know, us within cities, what we hear about are a lot of times really the micro or the hyper-local problems of traffic, cut-through traffics, many of the issues that you were discussing tonight during the traffic impact analysis discussion. While on the employer side, what they hear about with traffic is, how do we retain employees? How do we bring our employees into our campuses? And a lot of time there's tension between the two. And there's tension between the two because, A, there's different priorities between what the cities are striving for and what the companies are striving for, but there's also different language being spoken between them. And there hadn't been a chance really to get in the same room and really talk about how we could begin to tackle these problems. So I'm going to turn it over to Nancy now to talk about that, the language issues.
Well, first off, I would like to thank the council member Nash and now Mayor Taylor, former Mayor Mueller, for your clear rotations in and out of the meetings, carefully orchestrated. Thank you very much. But your participation was really important because we had not the government officials from these industry. We had the transportation experts. They're doing transportation globally around the world, but they're also doing it right here in the Silicon Valley region and our region. And we wanted to have a better understanding of how we could talk outside of a development agreement or a construction project about how we can integrate more completely the transit demand management little helicopter projects that we have around our cities and in our region, because there are many projects, dozens of them up and down the region, that have a requirement to do TDM, and yet they're not necessarily integrated or talking to each other. And so this was a way to kind of open this conversation up, see how we could get it going, learn what industry was doing, and see if we could find some best practices and a way forward so that we could really start to work with our entire thought leadership in our community, not just the task at hand. I know when I was on City Council, I would have loved to have had the toolkit that we now have, which is called the Manzanita Report. I'm not going to mess this up on you, Aaron. But this is 148 pages. It includes case studies, because we did look at Greater Valley Forge as one of the key case studies that we looked at, which is in Philadelphia. And they have 139 municipalities, about 40 cities that are part of this, and it all got started just trying to do one last mile leg to a job center 2 miles off of the main pipeline for public transit. We have all of our main pipelines of public transit that we have, as you know, our Caltrain, our bus systems, rail, ferries. And we, in this report, the reason why we call it Manzanita is because we are not working with the redwoods and the oaks of the transportation system. We're trying to put back that chaparral so that people, once they get off of one of these pipelines, they can actually get to their place of work. And the public can do this, not just industry workers. So so I hope that you can use this report as a tool, we've listed all the TDMs that are up and down the sub-region from these cities, in addition to the fact that we also have a checklist of what is a good integrated transit demand management, or possibly even transit management association if one does get designed. What should it include? And one of the key features, of course, was that personal service of working with the workers to find out where they live and help them try to get them out of their cars and into shared rides or pipeline rides. And then the first and last leg. So I'm going to turn it back to you. But
yeah. So just in closing, as Nancy mentioned, about half of this 160-page book is about what we're already doing within these 8 cities about TDM measures. We're already doing a lot. So the question we were really looking at within this book and through this exercise is there a better way to do it? All the cities are facing a lack of staff, and at the same time are having more and more developments with TDM requirements. Is there a better way where we could start to work together as cities? Is there a better way that we could work together across private and public sector? So where we ended in the final recommendation was, the first recommendation was we need to continue this conversation. This shouldn't just be these 5 discussions. This is something that should be an ongoing thing where both industry and public sector get to talk and understand what's going on. The private sector could understand what are some of the concerns we're hearing from residents, and can understand what are some of the regulations that might be coming down the pipeline because of those concerns. And we in the public sector can understand what the private sector is doing from a TDM standpoint. What we learned from those 8 companies participating, they run over 1,600 shuttles now within the Bay Area program, which is more than the entire fleet of our public sector or our public transportation buses. So it's learning things like that and learning where we can collaborate. What we also looked at is a set of guidelines that look at saying we need to look at local problems. We need to see how we could have equity as a foundational principle within our TDM measures so that the contract workers, the restaurant workers, and the people that generally serve us within our community also are provided TDM services. So the way I see this tool being used is A, as a collaboration tool to see what else is going on, but B, the principles within here could be used as guiding principles as you go out to require TDM programs or to look for TMA, the Transportation Management Association possibilities, and use this as a tool. You don't have to use all the guiding principles, but use the ones that are specific to your community. So that's all we have for tonight. We can answer questions, so.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions?
Well, 2 more things.
Okay.
First, we do have a conference that Joint Venture Silicon Valley and Manzanita Works, which is where I'm the operations officer for Manzanita Works, is sponsoring on March 20th up at UCSF Conference Center in San Francisco, and we welcome you to save that date. And then I know on the rest of the agenda, we do have a joint statement by all the mayors from 2019. And there is an action item, so we ask you to go ahead and support that action item so that we can include the final city, which is Menlo Park, as part of the shared joint statement. So that'll be later on tonight. I'm not sure when.
I should probably make an explanation. So when Manzanita talks started, I was attending as mayor. At some point, Councilmember Nash and Mayor Taylor started to join when they really started to put together the recommendations. I walked into a meeting and saw them both there, called the city attorney. He said, no. So I left, and so was never part of actually putting together recommendations or deliberation. At that point, this was brought and said, do you want to sign as the mayor? And I said, I can't, because 2 council members had worked in the deliberation process. It needed to come before the council. There'd be a Brown Act violation. So that's why I didn't sign it back then. It's now before the whole body. So there you go.
And I think it would be great if at that time, Mayor Mueller signed the letter because he was mayor at the time. So for me, that's the direction I would like to take. I don't know if anybody else has any input.
I'm happy to sign it with your guys' direction. Great.
I think you have that as an action later on in the meeting.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I believe we are on the update from the Complete Streets Commission, which is item number.
So if I may, I think we skipped over the report out from closed session.
Let's go back to item D.
And this will just take a minute, Ms. Baruzzi. So the council did meet in closed session tonight to discuss the city attorney recruitment because Bill McClure has tendered his resignation effective March 4th, which we're not happy about, but so the city council authorized staff to send out an RFP for legal services, and I believe we'll try and get that recruitment brochure out tomorrow night, or tomorrow.
Quick turnaround. Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is the update from the Complete Streets Commission, or the report, rather. And presenting on behalf of the Complete Streets Commission is Ms. Baruzzi.
Hi, Council. Usually I'm up there, now I'm here. Sometimes I'm there. I'm Katie Baruzzi. I'm the chair of the Complete Streets Commission, and this is, I think it's been listed at times as a quarterly update, but I want to acknowledge that we don't really do this on a quarterly basis, and that's probably good for everybody. So really quickly, I just wanted to get into a little bit of background, who we are, the Complete Streets Commission, what we've been up to, and I had a couple of questions for you, as well as some ideas that we had for the future. So first of all, what is our Complete Streets Commission? We were created in 2017. It was a result of a couple of things. One was that it was recognized that having a transportation commission and a bicycle commission was kind of redundant and was resulting in a lot of extra work by staff. But it also signified kind of a change in how the city was starting to approach transportation kinds of projects. In the circulation element in 2016, Complete Streets was prioritized as a strategy for the city, and a lot of the circulation element dealt with issues related to mode shift and creating routes for everybody in the city and the community. And this was kind of a symbolic acknowledgement of that prioritization by the city, which I think is really important and great. So you can read the words on the slide. I won't read them for you. I have a mouse somewhere. Here we go. Sorry. Not used to doing this here. Okay, so I want to just briefly, though, to touch on a couple of things that we consider sort of guiding city policy. One is we have this Complete Streets policy that we adopted in 2013. It was actually adopted after the state of California had adopted a Complete Streets policy, and so many communities around the state have this. And it's really the idea that the city is committed to developing a complete network of streets that are accessible to all users. And there were a couple of words in this that I wanted to highlight. One is the desire to and commitment to create and maintain streets that are routinely planned, designed, operated, and maintained with consideration of the needs and safety of all travelers. And what that means, practically speaking, in city policy is that when we're repaving a street, we're going to look at it, and when I say we, I mean the city staff. It's going to be looked at through this Complete Streets lens, and you're going to say, hey, is this street complete? Like, what does this look like in our circulation element? What have we designated this street as? Are the sidewalks good? Do we need sidewalks? Do we need better crossings? Do we need bike facilities? And so that often triggers work that ends up in the Complete Streets Commission meetings and then later in city council meetings. The other thing I wanted to highlight, because it's come up, is that we, in the policy that the City Council voted for in 2013, we talked about the needs and safety of travelers along and across the entire public right-of-way. And this is a tricky issue in Menlo Park because a lot of times you can't necessarily have all the things you want maybe without expanding a little bit of the public right-of-way. So a great example is the Santa Cruz Sidewalks project, which I would consider to be a phenomenal example of a complete street today. But there was a lot of negotiation that had to happen there, and there was a lot of consideration about, well, you know, we could probably keep on-street parking, but if we did that, we probably need to kind of reclaim some of the land that technically the city owns, and are people really willing to do that? And this is a consideration that I think we landed in the right place. I know, Betsy, Nash, you live on Santa Cruz, and you've shared that most of your neighbors seem to find it beneficial. But this is the kind of conversation that we're hoping the city will continue to be having in different areas. That's the goal. That's what we aspire to, and it's also, frankly, what we've said that we wanted to do as a city. So projects that come to the Complete Streets Commission are often coming with this kind of framing. It's you know, we're repaving a street. Time to look at adding bike facilities. The other policy I wanted to highlight really quickly was this Vision Zero policy. Also in the circulation element, safety was an overriding concern for many people. And so Vision Zero was highlighted, and this is basically the idea that there is no acceptable number of traffic deaths, and that when we're looking at our transportation designs, we should be looking at them with this in mind. And so, again, you can read this, and I think most of you are familiar with it, but I wanted to ground my update in this because, again, these aren't just radical ideas that Complete Streets commissioners came up with. They are in the city's sort of guiding fundamental documents. And insofar as, we consider ourselves affiliated with the city, we feel sort of responsible for helping to, these are things we're thinking about when we're making decisions from the dais. So for example, if somebody is coming to us with a proposal and 3 people come up and make public comment and say, well, I don't really like this proposal that the staff's come up with because it means I don't get to park my car in this place where I usually do. Sometimes people might not understand that we're not going to take that as the most important input. Like when we're making decisions as a commission, a lot of us are thinking not only of like, who's the public comment today, but also what are the city policies, what are the staff recommendations, what are all the other kinds of outreach inputs that have come into this process over the years that have led us to the place where we are, where we have a Complete Streets Commission, we have these policies. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Who's on the commission? We're a big commission, there are 9 of us. This is partly a legacy of having combined 2 commissions, which were originally 14 people. And we're a pretty good mix. We've got men and women, we've got people from all 5 districts. We're not as racially diverse as we could be, but in other ways we're quite diverse. We're like the village people, honestly, from a professional standpoint. And households represent a range of ages from like the kids in car seats in John Cromie's minivan to Bill Kirsch's mother, who will never reveal her age. So we're also truly multimodal. Cromie commutes on a motorcycle. Adina probably has the train schedule branded in her brain. We've got Jackie Seabrian, who rides from one end of Menlo Park to the other on an e-bike a couple of times a day. And I drove my electric car here tonight because I had a rear flat tire. So we've got that kind of thing covered. But what I wanted to mention here seriously is that we do offer collectively a pretty diverse set of expertise and insight. And we've had discussions about whether or not we should shrink the commission, and I think given the number of projects that are transportation related and given the urgency that people seem to feel around traffic and around safety, people are on the fence. We didn't have a strong feeling one way or the other, but we'd like to maybe stay at the size we are. And there was not a vote on the commission that said we should not do this, and so we're really looking for a precipitating factor that would say, yeah, we need to be a 7-person commission. I also did a little bit of analysis of like the length of meeting and the number of people who show up for the meetings, and determined that the real factor driving how long our meetings are is not how many people show up on the dais, it's how many people show up to make public comment. Okay. We have these subcommittees. Each of them is working on different ideas and projects. I'm not going to read this off for you, but in general, these represent, I would say, sort of the passions and levels of expertise that people bring to the table. One of these I will highlight, however, the Climate Action Plan Subcommittee. This is a new subcommittee that we developed in anticipation of the City Council prioritizing a climate action plan at the request of the EQC and talking with staff about how we might be able to support the work that the EQC is doing, especially since a lot of what they're talking about, at least preliminarily, is transportation related. So this is kind of like a subcommittee in waiting, if you will. A lot of the work plan items tend to actually either come from the subcommittees or come from staff. So I wanted to talk really quickly about what we did in 2019. Most of what we do, I went back and looked at all our agendas, is generated by staff. And it's pretty typical for an advisory body. I mean, we're not the Planning Commission, but it's kind of the same phenomenon of like we see things before you do. And so we'll get updates. We'll be asked for input on a rail policy or on the Middle Avenue undercrossing, on an NTMP, various bike lane projects. Neighbors recently on Alma and East Creek brought a project to us requesting parking restrictions. That came through staff to us, and that'll eventually probably come to you. We did also last year present the Middle Avenue project on a page. I know the rollout of that was not the greatest, but that was in response last year to the City Council saying, yeah, we think making Middle Avenue a complete street is pretty important, but staff don't really have the bandwidth and we can't really consider it a council priority. So we'd like, but you could do a project on a page. The Complete Streets Commission could help us in this way. And so that was another thing we did. I want to talk about opportunities for 2020 quickly. And these are both things that we would hope that you would work on and things that we would maybe also like to have a role working on ourselves. The first one, as I mentioned, was the Climate Action Plan. And this is where I'm actually going to read from my notes because I want to make sure I get this right. Oh, wow, what happened? There we go. It seems like in 2020 there has been this alignment, I guess. We've seen that the council cares about climate change, and Complete Streets and Vision Zero are basically climate change strategies. I mean, there's huge alignment between reducing vehicle miles traveled and reducing greenhouse gases. We've been talking about that already this evening. And we have a lot of enthusiasm on our commission to work with the EQC on this project. So we would request that if you can see a role for the Complete Streets Commission to work on that project, that you allow us to add that to our work plan in the near term. I think our official timeframe for updating our work plan is not until spring, which would be after you've updated your work plan, but we're basically eager to engage on that project as soon as council and staff are willing to let us. That was the first thing. The second is around the street resurfacing. So when I was talking about the Complete Streets policy that suggests that when we resurface streets, we add bike facilities and look at other pedestrian and other Complete Streets related topics as well, the process so far has not been working that smoothly. I think that it's possible that we're doing insufficient outreach or possibly sort of the wrong kind of outreach, and that people are finding out about the projects relatively late in the game, aren't necessarily feeling included in the process, but also aren't necessarily seeing a project like a resurfacing project that's where you're adding bike lanes as part of a bigger picture. So for example, there might be like one street that's being resurfaced where we've suggested adding bike lanes, or the city staff has had in the plans to add bike lanes for a long time, and it's part of a network eventually, but we're not putting everything in place at the same time, right? That's not how our staff work. But without like that bigger picture framing of like, yeah, the bike lanes on O'Brien don't make sense right now, but eventually when we add these other bike lanes that are scheduled to be added over this 5-year period, they will make more sense. We've basically been talking with Nikki Nagaya and with Kevin about, is there a way that Complete Streets Commission can participate in developing maybe a better policy for how we approach the resurfacing projects and reapproach the framing of Complete Streets, and can we help with that, basically? So are there other things that we could be doing with outreach as a community? Should we be always talking about what our sidewalk plans are, even if it's not part of a resurfacing, et cetera, et cetera? So that was another thing we were hoping to do. And then, gosh, I hate to talk about this because you guys have just heard how little capacity there is. And I know that the Onetta Harris project is going to take up a lot of time. But I want, again, commissioners have been thinking about this for a while. There are a bunch of things that are going to be happening in 2020 that are going to make our downtown area really busy. So we're going to have we're going to have two very large new developments opening up around the same time. There's 1300 El Camino Real, and then there's the 500 El Camino Real. We're also going to have the electrified Caltrain, which is going to result in more passengers. The Guild Theater presumably will be opening around the same time. And what we're seeing is that some of the intersections in town that are already kind of sketchy, like the Ravenswood crossing at Alma, which has at peak times something like 500 pedestrians crossing within a pretty short time frame, are going to be even more trafficked and even less safe. And so one of our subcommittees, the John Weiner, Bill Kirsch, and Evan Golden, have been really beating the drum about, what's a package of changes that the city could invest in the near term that would make it easier to get around town on a bike or on foot, and that would make it safer for people who are wanting to, say, go from the Stanford development to Cafe Baroni, or go from Caltrain to the Guild, et cetera. So we're hoping that council can consider looking at these, and a lot of this is probably already in capital improvement, but again, this might be an issue of framing. And thinking about sort of a holistic vision for where we want the town to be, like what we would like to see happening. Ideally, the Menlo Gateway isn't actually the gateway to the most dangerous crossing in the city. Like, it's a really nice gateway. Like, we should make it safe to get to it so that you don't get killed while you're trying to cross there. So this is something else that we're hoping that council will prioritize and will maybe let us help with. And then finally, we noticed that the Onetta Harris project will be fast-tracked, which we think is great, really important. We're hoping that in the process of developing it, that council and staff are thinking about the circulation to and around the center and making sure that we're not making the streets less safe there. And we're happy to help in whatever way is welcome with that project. So, looking at shuttles, looking at buses, looking at kids on bikes, looking at crosswalks, making sure sidewalks are safe, et cetera, so that people can get to and from the center and enjoy those facilities. Evan Golden, who I think is actually going to be leaving the commission because he's moving to San Francisco, had been researching scooter policies from other cities, and believes that electric scooters are coming in the near term to this area, if not to Menlo Park proper, and has done some preliminary legwork on that. So that's kind of also waiting in the wings for when people are interested. And then finally, we talked a little bit about a bigger outreach role, and this kind of gets to my next question. And I don't see you guys having the energy to have this discussion tonight, but this ties back to an earlier discussion tonight, which is, there's really not necessarily consistent framing of what the roles of different commissions should be. And these are the existential questions that I've been asking myself over and over again. I've been on some kind of commission addressing these topics since 2016, and I've changed a lot. I've got less hair, I'm heavier, like I need a new eye prescription. But I still am not anywhere closer. I've developed a nickel allergy, but I'm still not any closer to understanding like exactly, what the best role for a commission like ours should be. And I think that on the one hand, you have something like the Planning Commission where it's like basically, there's a law. Like it's really clearly specified what they're supposed to do. I don't know if they have a work plan. I wouldn't know that they would need one. My sense is that they get things from staff before they come to council. And they're not going to come here and give you quarterly updates because pretty much what they do comes to you anyway, right? And maybe that's what Complete Streets should be like too. I don't know, but I also know that when we're asked to develop a work plan and we're encouraged to do things like develop a project on a page, people get really excited about it and they want to work on those projects. At the same time, we recognize that if these are not council priorities and there's not staff bandwidth to make them happen, then everybody's just kind of spinning their wheels and getting torqued up in the process. So I would hate to continue that and I would love to see us have sort of a reckoning at some point about, how can we use this tremendous body of volunteers who have a lot of energy and are, well connected in the community and diverse skills, et cetera. And one of the ideas that our commission had was are there structured ways we can engage in outreach? Adina was involved in putting on a really interesting event about different approaches to downtown access and parking recently. That's not something that we're currently really supposed to be doing as an official commission, but could we be? Another thing that a lot of us do kind of informally is keep tabs on what's going on Nextdoor or on the Almanac, and sort of trying to be a bridge between what we know is happening in the city and what people think is happening. But maybe there are more formal and structured ways that we could be helpful, especially as the city's looking at staffing constraints. So I would just offer up that I think we're eager to be helpful, but we want to know what we're supposed to be doing and what we're not supposed to be doing, and then that just helps everybody feel better about how we're spending our time. So that's it. Did I forget anything, Adina? Okay, any questions?
It would be...
Wait, sorry, I have one more thing. I want to thank Kevin Chen, our staff person, for his tireless devotion to us and his unflappable demeanor. And he's like unfailingly courteous and polite and amazing and smart, and we love him. So kudos to Kevin and to all the people that work with Kevin. And I love that I can almost get hit by a car crossing Bayfront at Chilco on a Sunday afternoon and text Nikki Nagaya and say, hey, I think the traffic crossing there is really short for bikes. And Nikki texts me back within 5 minutes. Like, our staff are amazing. So thank you. And I'm sorry I didn't actually set up an appointment to tell Starla about that instead of texting Nikki. But that could have been so bad. So also I want to thank Betsy, who is our outgoing council liaison. She's been showing up at all of our meetings. She's also made herself tremendously available sort of offline. We really appreciate that, and we're excited to work with Drew, former bicycle commissioner, as our upcoming Complete Streets liaison. So that's all. Sorry, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Baruzzi. Is it possible to have copies of your slides?
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councilmember Carlton.
So thank you so much for all the great work you guys do. You have some amazingly skilled and intelligent people on your commission, and we really appreciate your energy and all the things that you put into it. Kind of to answer your question, and kind of what we were talking about before in capacity, and the way the commissions work, and what I experienced anyway when I was on a commission, is the process of going through putting together the work plan was to allocate out staff so that we knew roughly what to expect and how to plan for that. And I got really frustrated myself because when I had a really cool project, which I still wish we'd done, I got my hand slapped and told no. If I had some extra work, it had to go before council for council to approve it, because it would take staff time and all the extra stuff. So when you go through the process of doing your annual thing, my advice is to make sure that you really think about that and put what you think might be there, and work with staff on how much staff time they think that they're reasonably going to be able to do, and Starla, so that you have something, because what it really comes down to is managing expectations.
Sorry. Can I just quickly, I'm sorry, I just had this conversation with Betsy. This is just me speaking as me now, not as the chair, because other people in the commission might disagree with me. But it seems from everything I've heard, like the plan should actually kind of come from staff. And I mean, if the things that we are choosing to work on are not actually sort of sanctioned or devolving or like cascading down from the things that are considered city priorities and are urgent, I'm not sure if we're doing it right.
To be honest with you, when I was in Parks and Rec, it did come from staff. And we had a subcommittee that sat down with them, and they said, here are 10 things, and we agreed, or we would say, that's good, but can we tweak it to be a little bit more like this? And we worked with them on how to, but the initial list, the initial ideas of what they were going to be working on, what council had put forward on their list, were brought to us, and then we tweaked those, if that helps. I'm frustrated for you, because you have so many great ideas and so much energy, and I wish we had the money and the staff to do absolutely everything. So thank you very much.
What I'd say is on the commissions, there's like a duality of programmatic and then also advocacy. And so the programmatic comes from staff in the city and sometimes from the council. The duality of purpose of advocacy comes from within the heart of the commission. And unfortunately, in that also can come heartbreak. And I've seen, because with all advocacy comes the opportunity for heartbreak, because it doesn't come fast enough or come the way that you want it or come the way, but the merit in the advocacy moves the needle over time. So it's not without, so even though there's not immediate success, it gets you that much closer to what you're trying to do. And I think the hardest part about being on a commission is accepting that duality, that there can be heartfelt advocacy that doesn't get there immediately. So, and that's where the frustration lies, right? So, and I think that's always been the case. I don't think it's unique to any one commission, or, you know, sometimes we think, well, our commission's getting differently based on who's on council or what, but my memory of when I was back on the commission was it was the same way. There's there's a limited amount of capacity, and so when the commission has a heartfelt advocacy, it can push for something, and it might be that the council doesn't want to do it. It might be that there's opposition to it. It might be that there's not resources for it at the time, but then there's the heartbreak, and then there's the programmatic stuff that just has to happen. But more often than not, the council's looking for people who have that duality of purpose, and those are the people who are attracted to and make good commissioners. So I'm not sure it's entirely solvable, and I'm not sure I'd ever want to solve it, because I think that heartbreak is actually kind of important. That advocacy and the heartbreak that goes with it sometimes is actually really important to the process. If that makes any sense.
Thank you. And I appreciate the presentation. I was very excited when you put outreach in the work that you were doing. And I miss attending your meetings. Unfortunately, it's on the day that there are a few other. And I like the work that you're doing. And I also appreciate your honesty. And I'm hoping that someplace in the very, very near future that we can definitely work on that, because it's important. So thank you. Now go back to the agenda. There were a few changes and that I need to announce now on the following items that were removed from the agenda due to limited staff capacity. The Sister City Committee update, and adopt a resolution changing Menlo Park's Friendship City Agreement with Bezin, Japan to a Sister City Agreement. Hopefully, we will be hearing those items on February 11th. The next item is G, Commission Committee Vacancies and Appointments. Consider applicants and make an appointment to fill a vacancy on the San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District. And so far, we have one applicant, Mr. Ron Shepard. Do I have a motion?
I have a question first.
Yes.
Traditionally, each person is appointed to one commission or committee. Is he resigning from his current position to take this, since he applied?
We have not discussed that. We can look into it.
Isn't that like a big thing to discuss with someone that applies?
Well, perhaps, but we have not had a chance to discuss it.
He applied a month ago.
Yeah, but does this apply to that? Because it's a county appointment. It's not a city commission.
It's a regional task, or regional body. It's so it's an independent body, and each council gets to appoint one representative from the community. If they, I can certainly follow up and talk to him about that.
But I don't think there's anything in the policy that says he cannot serve on both, because one is literally a city commission and the other is a regional
Yeah,
body.
it's just a norm rather than a rule.
Yeah, I mean, there are very few, this may be the only one where we appoint a non-council member to serve on a regional body, and it can be a council member. So if a council member wanted to serve, one could, if one wanted to deal with vectors.
I think, yeah.
Councilmember Mueller, you have your light.
Oh, my light's on. I'll nominate Ron Shepard.
Councilmember Nash.
I will second it, but before that, I wanted to make a comment about it. And that's just, you may have just answered the question, but I was wondering if we could get a list of all the boards, agencies, the representatives, contact information, and the terms that they're serving. Because I actually was not aware of this. Actually, I'd never heard of the person who Ron is replacing. And it seems also, I also was wondering, it seems that we should have some sort of reporting to council so that we know what the folks are, their representation, what they're voting on.
We would get periodic votes
Right.
from the vector district.
Okay. I guess in the last year I have not.
This person,
We used to have them
I
annually.
don't think reported much or attended many meetings. There was
So
an
just
issue.
looking forward, it
Right.
would be
So the
worthwhile.
previous member did report several times a year. She was great. She served on it for at least 4 years, 6 years. I mean, I think she might have been reappointed. And so one of the questions is it a 2-year term or a 4-year term? And one way of controlling to make sure that reports are being made is maybe appoint for a 2-year term.
Two-year term I feel comfortable with.
So that's entirely just up to the city how we want to handle our representative?
Whether it's 2-year or 4-year,
Right.
but it
Okay.
has to be one or the other according to the staff report and the statute that sets this up. And then I think it would be to make clear what the expectation is in terms of reporting, once, twice. I think they meet quarterly.
Or monthly, I think they meet monthly. But I did ask Mr. Shepard that question, and he said he would be glad to report to the council twice a year.
Wonderful. And I guess the only other piece of it is just making sure that our representatives are actually attending the meetings.
Correct.
Thank you. So I second the motion happily,
And I'll take the friendly amendment on 2 years. It's fine.
Sounds great. Oh, and I guess one other, I would be fine with Ron serving on the Finance and Audit. It's a committee, not a commission. I don't know if that matters at all. And I would not have any problem if he served both roles.
I would only add, there's nothing prohibiting it, and we didn't bring it up before, and so I don't think we really should bring it up now if he doesn't express an interest, because I feel like it sort of changes the parameters of how this was offered, and then to go back after we are officially appointing him now and say, okay, but we expect you to resign from the Finance and Audit Committee. I think it probably unnecessarily complicates the issue.
I agree, but there's so many people that do want to get involved, and there are only so many spots. So I think in the future we need to make it clear that generally where we can, we try not to double, triple place people.
I think we're going to say,
I think we are too.
I totally understand where you're coming from. I think we've had some challenges filling this position.
Correct.
And so I personally reached out to friends, residents, and did not hear back from them.
Shocking.
So I just want to put that out there.
So do we need to vote?
Yes.
We do need to vote.
I will take verbal vote for this agenda item, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
So it was a unanimous vote for a 2-year term, correct?
The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar.
I'd like to pull I3.
I have one update for I1, and that is Mayor Mueller's name is misspelled. Councilmember Mueller's name is misspelled in one part. Okay.
Okay.
I have a very simple suggestion for I3 if you want to take that real quick.
Okay.
It is so important, the role that the Neeland Park, the cooperative nursery school. I was on the wait list on that for 2 years, never got in. I ended up doing the cooperative nursery school in Palo Alto. But having experienced that with my children, not only does it provide a degree of childcare, but it educated me on better skills in parenting. And what they're doing, I have never heard a word against them. Every bit of feedback I've heard has been super positive, hence the 2-year waiting list that I never got off. So I think 5 years is nice. I think 10 years would be better and would give them more time to plan strategically in what they're doing. So I move that we support it, but I would move it from 5 years to a 10-year extension on the lease.
Okay, so we cannot do that. I mean, what this is they have an option to extend the term for 5 years. They gave us notice of exercise of that option. And it is an automatic option to extend unless we want to use it for city purposes. Okay. And so what this was to confirm, or to have the council confirm, that we were not going to exercise that option to use it for city purposes, so they will have a 5-year. They can come back at any time during this 5 years and request an extension of the lease for whatever term, and we would want to just re-examine that lease and make sure that we're comfortable with all the terms and all that kind of stuff. So this is really, the action is really just to reaffirm our intent to not exercise the option, to notify them so they are guaranteed that 5 years.
And we're not able to offer more?
We're not able to enter into a new lease for a 10-year term or do an extension, certainly not tonight without it being duly noticed and without re-examining whether there's some terms like if the roof needs to be replaced, whose cost is that? And so, you know, it's kind of one of those things.
All right, never mind.
So this one makes me uncomfortable for a different reason, and it's a $20 lease. That's like...
Well, I mean, you have to understand, it's the same thing with the PVs and the Little House. It's the same thing with Rosner House.
I think,
it's the same thing with a number of the facilities where they actually built the facility. And so they built the original facility. There was a fire insurance. The cost well exceeded the amount of the insurance that was available. They paid for that. The city didn't, put the money into it. So, I mean, that was the reason why the council at that time negotiated the deal for 20 years, because we were essentially making the land available to them. And this goes back to, it says in the staff report, when it was originally done a long time ago. I think I was a kid when it was built.
Yeah.
No, that's a long time ago.
I mean, it was a long time ago, and boy, that is really, now in today's terms, that's a pretty good deal. So that $20 gives me pause. Because it's an option, we don't have the right to revisit that, and if we take...
Correct.
If we could decide a different use, then we lose the child care facility.
Correct.
So, as opposed to a renegotiation of lease. So, but what I don't know what a council is going to do 5 years from now, but what I would be, I don't know if there's a way to even document it, but I think I would, if I were them, I wouldn't be expecting another $20 lease in 5 years from now. Because I think it's just,
you know, I think you'd probably want to go out to an RFP.
Well, I mean, that's certainly something that would be done, could be done at that point in time, but, you know, we have the Footsteps was the lease, and now it's, I can't remember what the name of it is, in the Willow Oaks Park. You know, that's that's a market rate lease, where they're paying real fair market rent for that facility. Now, that's a for-profit entity versus this, which is a non-profit or a not-for-profit co-op facility. So I think that's something that a council would get into at a future date.
Yeah, I think you'd probably look into the business plan and see
And you'll
what
have
the nonprofit
300-400 people in here wanting to extend on the same terms, because you'll have all the parents and the kids that have graduated through that program over the last 30 years.
Yeah, but our job is to be fiduciaries for the city, so.
Yeah, I was just gonna, I know GeoKids pays a lot more than $20 a year. So again, this isn't the form, but at some future date, just for the record, I could see a council looking to get something closer to what might be market rate, even for, in that case it is, you do have on one end a government landowner, and the other end a nonprofit child care provider.
But remember, this isn't a child care provider. This is an adult education center focused on kids. And I used to take classes at I think it was Parents' Place. They were so expensive. I mean, I love Parents' Place, they're great, but oh my God. Not everybody in the city has the money to afford that. And this is a place where you can learn really critical skills in parenting that might save the city money later on down the line for somebody that didn't get that training. And so I was just going to throw it out there that it is actually providing a really amazing service at a price point that it won't be available if we go crazy with the rent. But
Right.
that's not what we're discussing now, so I won't delay it because we're running late.
You probably know more than me. The staff report says affordable child care services, so I assumed it was child care services.
No, it's a parent participation nursery school.
Okay.
Well, it's a co-op, right? So is a parent always there with their child?
It depends on the age of the child, but I think in the beginning they are, and then later on they
because
share.
GeoKids is a co-op too. There's a parent participation requirement.
This is parent participation, and then the parents have to come back one night a week or 2 nights a week to actually take a class and do coursework on what they're learning.
Yeah, I don't know. That's fine. I mean, we'll get into who. Actually, we probably won't, but some of you may 5 years from now. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it can be revisited then.
So do I understand that we cannot change the terms at all at this point? It's either a yes or a no?
That is correct, and only if the city's going to use it for its own programs and purposes, not to lease out to someone else.
Because I had the same question that Councilmember Mueller did, which is just the how much city resources are being used for the building, how much is the building, you know, what is the cost recovery for this property? And then I also had, but my bigger question was about the hours and the fact that it's open. From the staff report, it appears that it is vacant over the summer, and that seems like a missed opportunity for childcare to not be running something year-round. I don't know what that entails, but it just seems that for city property to be vacant when it could be running a childcare over the summer months when it's also very important to parents.
Others may know more about the day-to-day on this, but I don't think I don't think much in the way of city resources are being used for the facility. It's independently run and operated. We only make the $20 a year, but otherwise I don't think it's a draw on our
And the maintenance
resources.
costs, there was something in the lease that says that we pay maintenance cost after the first $2,500.
Well, if there's a
If there
problem
is,
in the
obviously,
building.
right,
Yeah, right.
yeah.
And I think that's just for structural repairs. So all the normal maintenance and repair is done by the co-op nursery.
Okay.
So, and just to clarify, they prepaid the rent. the $20. It was $1 a year.
So
Again,
we've been making the interest on it.
Just so you know, it's the same deal as Rosner House. It's the same deal as a Peninsula Volunteers for Little House.
So that could we please get a list of some sort of report of all the leased buildings in the city, including the location, the organization, the purpose, the lease terms, just,
Yes.
not that anything's, anyway,
Yes.
just for transparency.
Yeah.
Although I think we have previously supplied you a list of all city land and buildings.
With the GIS, yes.
Yeah.
It was great,
All right.
yes. But just as far as, it would be nice to have a report, just one list, which we could see which provided, if that's not too much resources
will
to.
happen. At some point it'll happen, but I can't promise in any certain period of time.
Yeah.
It just seems like that's something that's prudent to have. I'm amazed if we don't have that at our fingertips.
I don't think that we have a comprehensive list, but we can ask Finance and Administration. They may indeed have something similar. I don't think it's got precisely what you're asking for. Oh, look.
And the hard part of what I'm asking for is?
Well, I thought you were asking for each building and any leases for each building.
Just off the top of, anyway, yes, please. But essentially what I'm trying to do is just find out about all the buildings that are being leased.
I'll be putting that on our list of city council requests.
Okay, I'm sorry, but are you seriously saying that we don't have a list of the leased buildings in our city?
Well, I'm going to look at Nick Pigueras right now. I think he has an answer.
So is Nick Pigueras, Assistant City Manager. Just to, as a basis to answer your question, Councilmember Nash, we do compile an annual report that we transmit to the county assessor so that because public buildings are exempt from property tax, if we lease a property to a taxable agency, so for private purpose, we do transmit that information through to the county. And so I think that if I remember correctly, there are about 12, 15 properties on that list. That's easy enough to generate for tomorrow.
It doesn't have to be tomorrow, but that would be terrific to get it on the nearer side. Thank you.
And just for clarity, we would be talking about instances also where there's the land lease, right? And so not just buildings, but where the city underlying land is being leased.
Correct.
Yeah.
So to be clear, just for myself, I'm not worried about Rosner House or Little House. I think those are akin to like senior service centers. Not worried about those. They're being operated they're not being operated by city staff. They're being operated by a nonprofit. This use case is different for me. It's distinguishable because I'm not sure what it is, candidly, but because it was described as child care services, but maybe it's something else. Maybe I just don't understand that there's the need for the city to provide this type of service, but offload the labor to a nonprofit that then would do it. I just need to understand. If this were before us tonight, I would need to understand more about it. But just so if anyone's listening out there, I am not in any way interested in that sort of analysis for Rosner House or Little House. So
the labor comes from the university that's associated with it.
Yeah.
And I'm actually not looking for it as far as, it's just, it seems that we should have a list of all of the properties. And it's not to question each one, it's just to have a comprehensive list of what is available and to possibly see when the leases are so that we at least know what's coming up. So that, like, this one was not certainly on my radar screen until 2 weeks ago. And had we had it on a list, we would have just seen that it's coming up, and then we probably wouldn't have even had this discussion.
But I do think it's on the list of properties that we previously provided to the council.
Yes, I'm sure it is. But to have one with the lease terms and all of that is what I'm talking about, and who leases it.
Yeah,
and it's nothing, it's really not second guessing anyone. It's just, it seems like a.
But it will be.
It actually says in the report who leases it. It's the Sequoia District Adult School. It's leased to them, and it's staffed by them. So it is assuming it's Sequoia District Adult School is a nonprofit.
Yeah,
but
that's
anyway,
back in, that's back in 1951.
But it's still a school running it. I'm just looking through the name of which one has it now.
But the tenant is the Menlo Atherton Cooperative Nursery School. It's not the adult
I
Sequoia
thought it was
Adult
still
School.
associated with the university, with a.
Again, I think
another
you're
school
referring
of some
back to
sort.
1951 and not currently. I don't know. It's a, my recollection is it's a nonprofit 501c3 organization that operates that facility.
No, in January 2000, it was still the Sequoia Adult School, that, according to the staff report, and it never says that it changed. So it might be run by the co-op as a nonprofit, but it's still staffed through the Sequoia Adult School.
Councilmember
So
Carlton.
if I could add a little bit of its flavor to this, Cara Silver, Assistant City Attorney. The lease is with Menlo Atherton Community Child Care, and it used to be affiliated with the Sequoia Adult School, and in my recent conversations regarding the lease extension, it appears that that relationship is no longer there. Excuse me. So for approximately the past 2 years, there hasn't been that association. There hasn't
Well, that's
been
good to have in
funding.
the staff report.
Okay. Yes. And this is run as a cooperative preschool or nursery school currently.
All right, in the interest of it being after 10, I move to accept the consent agenda.
I'll make a friendly amendment with my name being spelled right in the minutes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we are on the regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. After City staff's presentation, I will ask the City Council if there are any questions. Those are my notes.
Just before you, I need to recuse myself because our office is located across the street from Caltrain, and unless there's a reason for me to stay,
okay,
I'm going to leave if that's okay.
Good night.
Will there be questions for you about M1? Will there be questions for you about item M1, the safe storage, or is that just to, that's just to get it onto the agenda?
Right.
Okay.
So item J1 is to amend the agreement with ACON Technical Services. A presentation will be by Interim Public Works Director, Ms. Nikki Nagaya.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor, council members. I will try to keep this really brief, given the hour. This item's been on the council docket now for a number of years. I think many of you, as well as many of the members of the audience, are familiar with it. Generally, here to talk about potential additional scope of work related to the Ravenswood Avenue Railroad crossing study that addressed these 4 crossings of the Caltrain line through downtown Menlo Park. So just to orient you briefly, because we'll show graphics in this orientation throughout the slides, Caltrain running roughly left to right across the corridor, with crossings at the north end at Encinal and south end at Ravenswood, and then Burgess Park right here just south of Ravenswood. In March of last year, the council adopted our current preferred alternative, which is a hybrid option, grade separating 3 of the crossings. With a simulation and conceptual graphic of that on the screen. And as I mentioned, this has been an ongoing evaluation over 50 different stakeholder and community meetings, leading to that project study report and preferred alternative selection in March. And then following that, a series of meetings throughout later 2019 on feasibility of the trench and tunnel options with a presentation from Professor Bennon from the Stanford Global Project Center, and then leading into a series of rail subcommittee meetings where we were able to take direction from the rail subcommittee members, Councilmember Mueller and Vice Mayor Combs at the time, and we'll walk through those in a little bit more detail. So the initial direction from the council was to consider studying 2 additional alternatives and additional studies of noise and vibration analysis, and we'll follow up on where we are today based on the feedback that we've gathered over the last year. Essentially, from April through December of 2019, we went through those series of meetings, as I mentioned, to refine the scope of work, particularly focused in on discussing scoring criteria to evaluate different alternatives, the presentation by Professor Bennon on tunnel feasibility, as I mentioned. Subsequent to that presentation, the rail subcommittee recommended removing the tunnel studies from further evaluation, but proceeding forward with scoping the fully elevated study. So that's what's before you tonight. And then a status update in late September. And then we're here before you asking for approval of the scope of work with the rail subcommittee's feedback. So what the scope includes is essentially outlined in 2 phases. The first phase would be a feasibility assessment of that fully elevated alternative, where we'd collect some sample existing projects as built examples for context, go into some preliminary engineering where we'd evaluate iteratively up to 6 options for the fully elevated concepts, go through a series of council and commission meetings, prepare some visual renderings to illustrate exactly what the concept could look like, and then document the results. And the reason we've phased the work is to then save some of the more, frankly, costly and time-consuming technical evaluations to a later phase. So that would be the noise, vibration, real estate evaluations. Those are pretty time-intensive, both from a staff review and consultant perspective. So that means they're also fairly costly. And so are deferring that to a later phase until we have some preliminary information about the feasibility and the desirability of a fully elevated option. So just to illustrate a little bit more what we're specifically talking about with the fully elevated option, this is a rail profile. And so oriented the same way with the north end of the corridor to the left, the south end of the corridor to the right. The green line in the center of the page is the existing rail profile. As you can see, the San Francisco Creek crossing to the right, where the rail is a little bit higher. It ramps down as you head towards the station, and then continues to lower in elevation as you head into the town of Atherton. What we had outlined in 2017 is shown in the orange line as an option for a fully elevated profile, and we received feedback from various stakeholders in the community about how to tweak this, which I will show how we're proposing to tweak it on the next slide. But this option shows a fully elevated rail concept through the station area between Oak Grove and Ravenswood, and then ramps down as you head towards Palo Alto. So this would be roughly adjacent to Burgess Park and Linfield Oaks neighborhoods, and then heading north also ramps down as you get to Glenwood and Encinal. And so this was using some criteria from Caltrain that they outline as the maximum allowable grades. But what we received in terms of feedback would be to ramp down sooner as you are on the north end of the corridor, so that Encinal Avenue could remain at grade. That wouldn't require grade separation. It could stay open to traffic as frankly it is today. There may be a minor change in elevation, but wouldn't be a full grade separation. Glenwood, Oak Grove, and Ravenswood would be then fully grade separated, and those specific elevations would need to be determined. So this is where we see the need to go through that iterative process to look at several different profiles and get some input from the community as we go forward in the preliminary engineering phase to ensure that we're minimizing, as you mentioned, impacts to encinal. Trying to maximize elevation potentially at Glenwood would result in a shallower grade separation at Glenwood. So there's a trade-off there in terms of the additional visual impacts where the rail is higher, and then the roadway being shallower means you don't have to dig as deep. It's potentially a little bit easier construction, but that's why we need a few steps of iterations as we go through the alternatives, particularly around Glenwood, and then how the profile works from a curvature standpoint as we go through the technical review with the consultants. So as I mentioned, 2 phases are what we're proposing. The first phase is an approximate cost of $140,000. This includes the AECOM time as well as staff time. The second phase for the technical evaluations adds another roughly $120,000. And so total of approximately $260,000. The precise numbers were in the staff report, but just to give you an idea of what we're talking about. There is money in the CIP budgeted for the Ravenswood Railroad crossing studies. So we're not asking for an appropriation, but given the magnitude of the change and the community interest in the scope, we wanted to disclose the amounts for you tonight. The requested action is to approve the scope of work for additional studies. And then as we go forward with the council goal setting and priorities for 2020, we would expect to take input on the relative priority of this project in the context of the rest of the work plan that you may want to task us with for the coming year. So we would recommend developing a more detailed schedule and then fleshing that out through the rail subcommittee in meetings later this year once we have direction on the work plan for the months ahead. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, can we go back to slide 10? So I just want to make the point, this is an illustrative purpose slide, that's not actually a 1% grade being shown there, right?
The orange line is an approximation of a 1% grade. The purple line is not.
No, but so that's on a graph paper showing the angle there is 1%. That's an actual depiction of what the up and down.
So it's not necessarily to scale equally longitudinally and vertically.
Right.
So each vertical box on the grid is roughly 10 feet, and each horizontal grid is more than 10 feet. So yes, it is not a 1% grade drawn to scale.
That's great.
Yes.
I just wanted to make that, because when you look at it, you could think, oh wow, that's, right. Looks like a roller coaster. So I just wanted to make it clear if someone's looking at this that we're not planning a roller coaster. So that's all.
Councilmember Nash.
What are we trying to decide tonight?
So the prior direction that we received from the council was to come back with a revised scope of work for additional studies related to the railroad crossing alternatives. So we're looking for approval of the scope of work if you want us to move forward with
How
those
does that
additional
go?
studies.
So you had that it needed to be prioritized within goal setting. So we would proceed with the scope of work regardless of how it is prioritized?
So what we were seeking was because we had almost concluded the scoping, review, and revisions last fall before we had a staff member depart. And so we were wanting to just get the council authorization that the scope of work is ready to move forward irrespective of the schedule. So because broadly the schedule needs to be considered in the context of other project priorities, that doesn't necessarily, you could approve the scope tonight without the schedule being finalized is essentially what we're asking for.
So approving it tonight does not mean it'll go forward. It'll depend upon the goal setting before it actually anything.
So if you approve the
proceeds?
scope tonight, we would expect that at some point in the future we would start this work. Just the relative priority of it is to be defined in terms of the goal setting priorities. So to be very explicit, if you don't want to see us do this evaluation, we wouldn't want you to approve the scope of work.
Thank you. Do you have, going back to, I think it was slide 10, do you have a slide that shows what the hybrid looks like compared to the fully elevated?
So this slide shows some additional alternative options. So the black line in the middle is the current adopted preferred alternative C, which is the hybrid grade separating Glenwood, Oak Grove, and Ravenswood. And so they look somewhat similar in shape, but the fully elevated is higher through the downtown area, roughly 10 feet higher.
Okay, I'll save the rest of my questions.
Vice Mayor Combs.
And so what I saw in the staff report, right, that the Transportation Department currently has 3 vacancies. So talking about those vacancies from earlier tonight. So one, I wanted to get some understanding of the impact you see. And then the other was, as far as the phasing, are you asking for approval of the scope as it relates to both phases specifically? Could we break that out and just sort of do the phase 1 feasibility study before we sort of, and then had some sort of check-in before we move on to some of the more technical and again, analysis that costs additional money? I just want to get some sense of it, but maybe that's something you guys have already baked in. Just want to get some clarity on that.
Sure. So I will take the first question the second question first, because that's an easier one to articulate. You could choose to approve just the first phase tonight. That would be totally fine if that's the direction that the council wishes to take. We did envision a check-in with the council to provide direction to staff to proceed with phase 2, even though we had outlined the scope at this point in time. So we would expect to come back to you anyway. We could build in authorization for phase 2 as part of any recommendation that comes back. With respect to the vacancies in the transportation division, there are currently 3. I think generally it is the manager level position, which was created with my interim appointment to the director position. And so we have folks who are backfilling on an acting capacity in that position. You saw Kevin Chen earlier, who's in an acting capacity resulting from one of those out-of-class assignments for that ripple effect. And then we also have a senior transportation engineer vacancy that was created when Angelo Obeso departed last fall, and then a junior engineer vacancy that was created when Marlon Aumentado left the city also last fall. So it's been a rough couple months in terms of staffing demands on the transportation team, and that's one of the reasons why we want to assess the relative priority in the context of goal setting.
Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have two speaker cards.
Marcy A. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. I'm Marcy Abramowitz, and actually the other comment card is my husband Jeff, and he's giving me his 3 minutes. So good evening, or maybe good night. I'm Marcy Abramowitz, and I'm here representing the Homeowners Association of Felton Gables, which is a neighborhood of 127 homes that border Encinal Avenue and the Caltrain tracks. And our neighborhood has been of the long-held belief that elevated trains don't belong in residential neighborhoods. And actually, the last slide that you shared, Nikki, I think is a really great one to kind of demonstrate that. As such, we have very serious concerns about the fully elevated option, especially north of Oak Grove. As you saw, the grade level actually kind of goes down, so you end up with a longer slope there to get back to grade. And the areas there are increasingly residential as you go north from Oak Grove. On the east side of the tracks, extending all the way north to Atherton, residential properties directly abut the rail line, which puts the train just behind people's yards. And many of these homes, especially as you head further north, are single story. So as an elevated track moves from an elevation of 20 feet high over downtown back to grade, a significant distance away, could be Encinal or, we don't know, a lot of people will find that the Caltrain tracks with the trains and the tracks, the trains, the catenary wires, right, on top, towering above their homes and their yards. So we believe that the study, the scope that's been presented to you, needs to be considered further and in far more depth, particularly in the area of the visual impact of the raised tracks and the cars and the catenary wires. Specifically in phase 1, we would like to see task 7.4, which is called visual renderings, expanded as follows. Excuse me. First, 2 vantage points should be expanded to 3. These vantage points should include sort of a backyard visual, if you will, say 20 to 25 feet away from the tracks. A second visual from a relatively close distance, maybe 150 to 200 feet away from the tracks. And then a third visual further away, say a fifth or a tenth of a mile away. So you'd really kind of get to see the impact of tracks 20 feet up from various distances that would be relevant to people. Second, the proposed 3 locations for visual studies, there are only 3, are too few for a structure of this magnitude, which will pretty much span the entire Caltrain corridor from south to north. So we believe the visual study locations should be expanded from 3 to probably 8. So certainly the station area and the grade-separated crossings should be included. But additionally, the study should include the areas between the crossings where most of the negative impacts of the fully elevated track would be felt, especially if the tracks outside of the downtown area are not on a viaduct, but instead are on a concrete and dirt berm. So we suggest looking at both the east and the west sides of the tracks south of Ravenswood, between Oak Grove and Glenwood, and then between Glenwood and Encinal. Third, we recommend adding a new task, we can call it task 7.7, to address changes to the daylight plane on adjacent properties. A significantly raised track will permanently change light and shadows. And if a building were being constructed on the Caltrain line next to homes, this analysis would be required, and it should be in the consideration set now. Fourth, we are really pleased to see task 7.1, the collection of sample projects included in this study. But we suggest expanding this scope slightly to include local impacts. So even anecdotal ones of a fully elevated project, of all the fully elevated projects that AECOM identifies around the world. And we would also suggest that Council ask AECOM to share the output of this first task with you before you really begin phase 1 in earnest. Because maybe you see something there and you go, no. With regard to phase 2, it sounds like that may be off the table tonight, but I'll just share 2 suggestions. The first is for task 9, real estate impacts. We would like to see AECOM look beyond its own prior studies and include input from knowledgeable real estate professionals when they're assessing what they call the livability impacts of a fully elevated line. And then finally, for task 10, the development of the comparison method, we believe that this currently has 3 segments. We believe that segment 1, which is north of Oak Grove, should be broken into 2 parts, Oak Grove to Glenwood, and then north of Glenwood. And we understand that the proposed designation was chosen because this area is mostly residential, which makes sense. However, if you look at option C and the fully elevated option, the area from Oak Grove to Glenwood would be home to a significantly elevated structure, be it 20 feet, 10 feet, or something in between. And whereas the area further north would have lesser impacts. So if this entire area is considered as one, then the impacts to Oak Grove to Glenwood would really be muted, and that really wouldn't be fair to that neighborhood, to that block. So in sum, we believe that the visual renderings of a fully elevated line need to be explored in much greater depth than is currently seen in phase 1 of the study before you can decide whether to spend money on noise and vibration studies. A 20-foot elevated rail line, even if it's open and beautiful downtown, will have serious impacts on the areas outside of the single block of Ravenswood to Oak Grove. And with Photoshop, it shouldn't be too onerous to give the city a much deeper appreciation. I know it was a lot. I actually have this printed out, those suggestions, if you'd like to have a hard copy. Is that okay? Okay, thanks so much.
Are there any more public comment on this item? No. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Carlton.
Mr. Gaia? So I can't help but think how I would feel if that was my house. And I would want people to consider fully its impact on me and my neighbors. And so when I look at this list, can you please tell us, can we incorporate these into the study that we're doing so that we fully evaluate the impact?
So, in short, yes, I will reiterate City Manager's comments from earlier. We can do anything, but we can't do everything. And so then it's just a matter of the additional scope. We'll have a cost associated with it as we ask AECOM to then do that evaluation. And then it could lengthen the overall timeline for the scope of work. So that said, it's totally possible to incorporate additional visual simulations or renderings from different vantage points. It's something that we would expect would be fleshed out in more detail if it's chosen that we go forward with a study in more detail. We did receive comments on the desire to add more visual impact studies when we circulated a draft scope last year. There will also be a phase of any grade separation project that goes forward where a visual review would need to be done in compliance with CEQA. So I think...
So this wouldn't be a waste if we chose to do it. It would be something that would be part of the process anyway.
But front-loading it may mean that we do something now that has to be redone in the future. But that's the case with the noise and vibration analyses in phase 2 of the recommended scope as well.
Okay. Well, I haven't had a chance to really study through all the recommendations, so my inclination is to send it to the Rail Committee to kind of digest and pull out the salient parts and how it would fit in. But I feel comfortable with doing some additional studies on the visuals close up and further back.
So I actually was going to make kind of a weird suggestion. So being on the rail subcommittee, this a lot of work in those meetings has gone to drawing up this scope. And as long as nothing gets taken out of it, because we had pretty good consensus in those meetings. Like what was there was fine. everyone was okay with studying what was in there. As long as none of that gets taken out of it, I don't think it necessarily, I actually don't think it has to go to the rail subcommittee. I'm happy with just 2 council members ad hoc meeting with staff, figuring out what else they want to put into it from this list. I felt pretty, like we were in a pretty good place with stakeholders coming out of those rail subcommittees, that like we had hit the baseline of where we are now. I hear you, Marcy, that you'd like to get some more in here, and I'm not opposed to that. I think it sounds like there's going to be some discussion with staff about what that is. I don't think it necessarily has to be the rail subcommittee if people feel strongly like they want to be in that meeting. If you guys want to send it back to me and Drew, that's great. The difficulty with the rail subcommittee, the rail subcommittee is it's Brown Act. It's Brown Acted, so I'm not actually going to be able to talk to Drew about this. What? Oh, I'm sorry, me and Betsy. I'm not actually going to be able to talk to Betsy about it until we get like a noticed meeting and it's set and people attend. So for that reason, I almost suggest, because we're just trying to get done, just to have someone, like a couple council members meet ad hoc with staff and then come back with what their recommendations are from this list. But I'm happy to do it either way. I was just making that suggestion.
Councilmember Nash.
Not having been part of the rail committee before, could you refresh my memory as to why we're studying this given the resource constraints? What is there an overriding reason?
I think because it's a political answer, right? And it is not, I think, a staff question. And this is a reflection from a lot of input from residents in the city that a fully elevated option would be the most economical and would have the least amount of sort of construction impact. And that it has been an oversight that the city hasn't sort of extensively studied this as an option. And so I think that's why we hear it. And maybe the base question is, are there 3 votes to proceed with looking more in depth into elevated? But that, that's how we got here. And that there, again, there was a lot of residents who reached out and came to the rail meetings, rail subcommittee meetings, and even to city council meetings, and expressed it like, that the most efficient way to get this done, most economical, least amount of time, was a fully elevated option. And the city hasn't ever really fully considered that.
Yeah, and just my only addition would be that I don't see it as political. I actually was swayed by the substantive argument that, look, because of the least of the amount of the impact of going cross town, going to downtown, least amount of resources spent on it, and that there was some assumptions of bias that had gone into why it had never been considered. That being said, it's being studied. I haven't committed to what the outcome of this will be, but I do think that there's been enough expressed, and I'm like, all right, fine, I am comfortable studying this and trying to figure out. The other thing is, and I appreciated Marcy's alluding to that, I think it's really going to come down to what the final design looks like. If it's a really beautiful design and we see what it looks like and people go, okay, yeah, you know what, that's a really beautiful design. The longer I'm on council, the more I think if you do something beautiful, anything's possible. If you do it bad, it's not. So, and I think that's kind of getting to what the crux of what you guys are getting to. So that's where I'm at.
And I just want to add, so when I meant political, I mean a decision made by political leadership at the city, and not, this isn't a council-led, a staff-led a presentation. It is at the direction of the rail subcommittee. And in those meetings, I think, I and Councilmember Mueller expressed probably the largest amount of skepticism about a fully elevated option. But then again, like I said, there were very substantive arguments that this would be, again, a missed opportunity in something that the city has been debating for some decades and not been able to accomplish. But again, like I said, the base question could be, is there 3 votes for this?
Let me just ask a few questions, just because I am coming into this very skeptical. I've been skeptical of this all along. How would a station 20 feet in the air work?
Can I answer before you answer? Because I can tell you where they ended up. Where they ended up was that, so there was a discussion of whether or not you'd actually put the whole station above. And it's like, all right, well, that'll probably be intrusive. But then there was a question of, okay, can you put most of the station down at the base level and then have a platform above raised? And then do that in a way that's aesthetically pleasing. And there was argument that you could do that.
So I will say I am a no vote. And the reason why is because we are in a situation right now where the resources I think should be put into the Middle Avenue underpass, which I think has not been getting, which I think could very much use the attention. And I think there's also other transportation projects around town, such intersections where the Guild is going to be. Willow Avenue, Newbridge, where kids are crossing every day, and we need safety. Something needs to happen there to improve the safety for the kids crossing the street. I just don't see that in the current environment where we're looking at staff constraints, where we have the Bellhaven Community Center Library proceeding, that we should be doing something like this. In a different environment, sure, it would be worth looking at. In this environment, I just don't understand it. There's a number of pieces that don't make sense to me. And actually, maybe some of this is right here, but it just, I don't see the staffing with the transportation department as it is. And it seems like to me, it's not a good use of resources.
But you do know that this is a scope for a consultant to do, not our staffing department.
But our staff has to review the work, and it has to write the memos to bring it to council, and it would have to come back with additional estimates. And we're happy to do that if that is the council's priority. But I think in transportation in particular, the council will have to lay out for the staff what their top priorities are at the goal setting. And we will work on the first one and all of the others that we can. But with 3 vacancies, there's a limited amount of work that can be done.
And I understand we're going to...
And the council tonight said, don't recruit those positions, so...
Ms. Robinson, I understand you want to keep coming back to the staffing discussion. We'll have it. We don't need to keep having it. That being said, if there are 3 votes to want to derail the work that's been done in the rail subcommittee, and candidly, it wasn't just the rail subcommittee. This was a commitment made by the prior council as well to stakeholders in the city that there would be a study that would be looking at a lifted option. So, that representation was made probably 2 years ago. Then it was never followed up on. Then we went through multiple rail subcommittee meetings where we sat down with people and tried to iron out a scope. And now that's before us tonight. I am definitely a vote of going forward with the study. So.
And just, Councilmember Nash, just so I can understand, so with regards, because there is just a sort of, if we're not exploring this, there's the default of the hybrid option. So are you saying that the grade separation at Ravenswood and further north isn't a priority at all? Or is it just that, just so I'm understanding and not attempting to put you on the spot, but just sort of understanding where you're saying, like, I'm getting off this train?
I think grade separation is a priority, and I am comfortable with alternative C at this point. I also came off the Complete Streets Commission where we did a thorough analysis of it. There's nothing perfect. I think alternative C was the best available, especially when I look at what's in front of us right now at the Heights. I don't understand how we can do it with our, I think it's 1.3 miles of track in Menlo Park. If it were a decision by regionally, great. To have it just in Menlo Park, I just don't see it happening. I don't see the, I don't understand how the station would work. I understand that it would be 20 feet up. I can imagine all sorts of safety issues with it being 20 feet up. I can imagine people who are concerned about just have, I can imagine many concerns about having a station 20 feet up, and I have trouble putting resources onto it because I don't think it'll be viable in the long run. And that's quite an uninformed decision, but that is where I am, given the resources that resource constraints that we have.
Councilmember Carlton.
Mr. Gaia, remind me, when the electrification comes, how many trains are going to be passing through per hour? Do you remember?
So I believe there are approximately 90 today, and it will go to approximately 110 in the future on a daily basis. I think the peak hour numbers are moving from 4 or 5 per hour to 6 per hour. But those are from memory, so I may be off.
And they don't
slightly.
run 24/7. They run
roughly 5 a.m. till 11 or 12.
So it's a significant increase.
Yes, so the need for grade separation broadly in the city is certainly there, and the electrification project with the increasing train traffic was the driving reason behind it, as well as future consideration for train traffic that may come not only from high-speed rail, but that the high-speed rail related improvements could enable Caltrain to run more service also.
Sure.
And
so
then
I worry about the traffic being crippled when this happens if we don't start doing. I also, we all remember when the woman in the car was killed. I remember when I first moved here, there was a little girl killed there. And not long after that, there was another person hit who survived. It's dangerous. I shouldn't say this illegally. It's not dangerous. It can be improved. But when you have got more and more trains coming through, it exacerbates the situation. And that concerns me a lot. And so I do think it's something that's critical that we keep going. The problem is snails whizzing by make us dizzy. It takes us so long to get these things done for good reasons. We don't even know where the money's going to come from. And I am in support of doing this study because so many residents have come forward and said they want us to consider that. And I think it is important to consider everything. If it turns out that it is something that the residents can live with, if it turns out to be something that is so much more affordable, this might actually get done in a somewhat timely manner. And it would get done in a way that would have much less impact on people's ability to go into the library. Potentially, it's a good option. And I am loath, as I said, I hate studying things unless I think it's actually something that we might do. But it's something that we might do. There's a non-zero chance that this actually could be a really good solution for improving people's quality of life. And one of the big things that we've identified is east-west connectivity. So I don't vote yes lightly because I don't like spending this kind of money unless I think that we're not wasting it and time. But enough residents have come forward really sincerely wanting to see this result. And I think potentially this could be a really good solution. So it's, as I say, it's a decision I think about hard, but I am going to vote in favor of doing it because I think it's the right thing to do, and I hope that we then act on it and we don't sit on it again. I think by the time we do anything, I'll be off council. We might all be off council. But if we're going to get the money together to do this, I want to make sure that we have actually studied all the options and done what the people have asked us to do.
But is there more than 12 people or so that are asking us to do this?
Yes.
So I have a question before we move on. It's 10:57. We have to have a supermajority to continue past 11.
I'm ready
I
to
would-
call the question.
Well, honestly, I would like to do what you suggested in the beginning, Councilmember Mueller, as far as having an ad hoc subcommittee. Because for me, if this means that we'll do this project and not prioritize pedestrian safety, specifically children's safety in some dangerous intersections all throughout Menlo Park, then I would definitely vote no on it. I would choose the kids as opposed to the rail at this moment if it's a resource capacity issue. So we could
So
further this discussion?
I wasn't actually, so guys, I think that's a red herring discussion. I think that you're going to have to like choose this and you'll put together a scope, but the amount of time you spend, like even staff's review of the scope can be delayed to a later point so you can do a different project. Like this is just putting this out to get a consultant's report. And so I don't want, I personally, when I was making the suggestion of first go to ad hoc, wasn't to say, let's do an ad hoc committee about whether or not we do a study. Again, what I was suggesting was the baseline of everything that's in it and then just figuring out what else gets added.
Is that a motion?
Well, that was what I suggested to begin with, was that we accept the baseline study and then we just have an ad hoc committee look at what else we would add from Marcy's list.
Is that a motion?
Sure, I'll make that a motion.
I would like to see it specifically sort of called out that there's going to be a check-in between phase 1 and phase 2, and for us to make a determination at that moment whether to move on to phase 2. I am concerned that we could see something that what comes out in phase 1 could be provided enough information about whether we move forward or not.
So excuse me,
Yeah,
sorry.
please,
So it's page 41 of the packet. It's the first page of the AECOM scope under the feasibility assessment. We called out the direction to proceed to phase 2. The technical evaluations described in tasks 8, 9, 10, and 11 would be initiated following phase 1 only with direction by the City Council to staff to proceed.
Yeah, I second.
Betsy Councilmember Nash has a follow-up question.
On page 38, there's 3 sections called out, and they did not make sense to me. North of Oak Grove, this is, let's see, it's on page 2, number 2. The creation of 3 geographic segments presented based on adjacent land uses to evaluate the options in the future, north of Oak Grove Avenue to Burgess Drive, south of Burgess Drive.
Yes, so this was coming from a discussion with the rail subcommittee about how to evaluate the options and compare them across the different areas of the city. And so on the screen is a basic zoning map of the city. The 3 areas called out represent those 3 geographic areas that you just summarized, so north of Oak Grove, and then south of Burgess, with roughly the bookends. And that translates to areas that are primarily residential in nature, abutting the railroad tracks, areas that are commercial, and then areas that are mixed with the Burgess Park campus and the downtown area in the center.
And so Dana Hendrickson in his email called out 3 sections of the track, which would be north of Oak Grove to Ravenswood, and Ravenswood to the southern city boundary. Which one is correct?
So the sections that the rail subcommittee provided direction on
Okay,
are what's
so that's this one.
shown on the screen with a delineation at Burgess.
All right, thank you.
Motion passes 4-1 with Council Member Nash dissenting.
So do we need to vote to stay past 11? Isn't that policy? It's 11:02.
We need to say who's on the ad hoc subcommittee.
Both are, yes. We need to take a vote on extending as a courtesy to the council's protocol, and we need to identify who's going to be on the subcommittee.
Okay. So which item first? Do we want to stay past 11:02? Sure. So we'll stay past 11:02. And as far as the ad hoc subcommittee for the rail? Vice Mayor Combs?
Well, I think Councilmember Mueller said that he would provide input. Correct.
I'm happy to do it.
I'm also happy to provide input. Yeah. So.
Vice Mayor Combs and Councilmember Mueller are on the ad hoc subcommittee. The next item is item L, City Manager's Report.
I do not have any further reports.
Thank you. The next item, City Council Member Reports.
I'll be out of town next week. I'm going to the World Economic Forum.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other reports?
Actually, would you like to report out from PCE? Or, so, would you like?
Okay. We had a strategic retreat on Saturday from 8 a.m. till 1. And Councilmember Nash, thank you very much for coming. I thought it was great that she came to learn more about how it all works as my alternate. So when she shows up, she's informed. And it was, I thought, a really well done meeting talking about how we're focusing on not just providing electricity, but providing grants and doing things to support people making better choices, making it an easy choice to go green. So we're doing grants, for example, to apartment owners who apply to help pay for EV charging and things like that. So it was mostly on just the umbrella strategy. It wasn't in the details, but I thought it was a good meeting.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, so can we go with M1 now, like specifically?
Yes.
Is that where we are? Okay, yeah, so so as you saw in the agenda and the attached ordinance, I'm proposing that the city consider adopting a gun storage ordinance. This is something that a number of other communities on the peninsula and obviously around the country and even the county of San Mateo have taken up recently, specifically requiring gun owners in their homes to make their guns inaccessible in the form of storing them or having some sort of gun lock. It actually is one of the few areas when it comes to shall we say, gun issues where local communities can weigh in, again, because so much of that is at the state and even the federal level. And so this is what I'm proposing. The ordinance at the county level has a criminal penalty element. I'm actually not proposing that we consider a criminal penalty as part of this, but just a civil penalty. And again, this is only something that would come to light in the nature of additional police action. But I do think it sends a strong signal to gun owners in our community of, one, the illegality of not sort of safely storing their guns, but also just as a sort of a mechanism that reinforces that these are very, very dangerous items, and that they should be, again, safely stored by those who are legally allowed to own them. Most gun deaths in the country are actually suicides. And so this is, again, one way to help prevent guns from getting in the hands of people who shouldn't, who would seek to harm others or would seek to harm themselves. So that's, I know it's late, so that's essentially what I'm proposing. Happy to answer any questions.
I thought we already had this law. I thought we already had to lock up guns.
At the state level?
At the state level.
Yeah, so
doesn't the state level apply to?
No, so at the state level, you only have to lock up guns in the context of having a home with minors, or where there's someone in the home that is prohibited from sort of possessing a gun. So it's a very specific scenario at the state level where you're required to safely store your gun.
Oh.
But there isn't a general requirement at the state level that all gun owners who have guns in their residences are required to safely store them.
Any other questions?
So I think the city manager was looking for some general consensus that this would be something that at least a majority of the council would be interested in agendizing. Again, I know we've talked a lot this evening about staff resources. My sense is that this is something that would take a limited amount of staff resources based on the fact that, again, there are ordinance already out there that we can adopt. I'm not saying there's no staff resources devoted to this, but certainly it is not a great separation.
I support having it on the agenda.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
I don't have any objection to us looking at it on the agenda. We'll get into I already talked to you about the criminality section on it, so I'll definitely want to be looking at the details of it and then take feedback from the public too. So.
And also from the police department, of course.
Yeah, and again, my initial sense is that this is not an ordinance that would have a criminal penalty as part of it.
Thank you. Are there any other report outs? I have one, and a part of it we heard earlier. Councilmember Carlton and I met with staff on December 18th and January 7th, and today for the ad hoc subcommittee on the Belhaven Community Center and Library. We are working with staff to present a number of recommendations, and soon we will be working directly with the community on recommendations as well. And we will be reporting out at the City Council meeting on January 28th. And the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, Nitu, for all of your hard work. This was not a marathon meeting, but we are nearing the 6th hour.